Good morning, Zechariah. Good morning, JR. I hope you're all doing well. And to the rest of you, good morning, my MGTOW brothers. Let's go for a little drive. Come on, map. There we go. Hey, look, it's a KOA campground here at exit 27 on Highway 24 in Kentucky. What's up, Skelly? I'm gonna get some coffee. You gotta go, Sam? All right, let's go. Be right back, brothers. I'm gonna grab some coffee and take the dog out for a bit. Oh God, how these guys going after fucking Rusty again? I think they leave that guy alone. All he does is fucking help people. No exit. Okay. It's not an exit. It's not an exit.
So,
Constantine.
hello.
How
How's
you
it
doing?
going?
It's going pretty good. How are you doing, brother?
Still, I still have electricity. I'm probably, even next time will change my name to something connect with electricity because I'm online because I have electricity.
Yeah.
And we'll see how long it's keeps. But again, yeah. But at some point, I feel that something going bad with me. I just can push me to my normal limits without that stuff. I can study, I can't work hard, just seeing that something going on around me, and it's probably look like depression. But it is what it is. I don't know
Yeah.
how to go out of it. I
You wouldn't
understand.
you wouldn't be Slavic without that. So
uh, I wouldn't be Slavic if I can work properly and study in any obstacles under bombardment with. You know that Christmas lights that work from batteries.
yeah.
Previous winter, I'm studying using that light because it's dark, it's bombardment, it's no electricity, and just partial connection using mobile network, and it's work. Now I have something like electricity, but again, I can't push myself to that limits. At some point, I just stuck, and it's annoyed me. a little bit.
Yeah. Well,
I can
how much do you have left to do?
diploma, only write diploma. I already read articles and already prepare first code for that stuff.
So you've just got to write your paper.
Yep. And one more exam that I don't like. I don't know. It's hard because teacher said, "Fuck off, people. That's virtual election. That tasks, and you will need to pass that exam without any question. I just ask something from you about that topic. That's all." And you just fuck. And it's annoying when people do that. They say, "Okay, fine. You can just take some courses online. That's number of courses you can choose from it, and you know that in that courses you at least have some practice, and you know different result because you're okay. Okay, I will know what's inside that courses. I will figure out what they ask me, and can pass this test. In that case, it's not worth it.
Yeah, you've got to, you know, you have a narrow target of information you have to shoot for. Hello? Hello? We lose you? Yeah, we lost you. Now you're back. Welcome back.
Yeah. But again, I understand that education system will collapse, and I still have opportunity to learn from very good people, a lot of them. But some already fell apart, some go out from the country, and that's one of the reasons why I take so hard course because it's harder but shorter. That I have chance to finish my studying and get diploma first. But again, all collapsing step by step, and I don't know how we can fix such situation. And it's not even winter. Yeah, I know that at some point I will do all that stuff, prepare, make it work again. At some
Yeah,
point, you just feel that it's all fell apart and you just can't do anything. Just and it's just I still here. I still need to do work. I still need to finish my exams. And at some point, Nadia, why are you so early, man? It's
uh,
night.
it's, yeah.
It's it's somewhere near midnight in your side of the planet. Like I
Oh, it's two in the morning, two something.
Mm, yeah, you just little bit close to ours. You have four time zone in United States or five.
Right. It depends on if you count Hawaii.
Ah, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. That if you can't have a yeah, yeah, it is what it is. Mm, very good, man. And where you going coming from?
I'm coming from Joplin, Missouri, and I'm going to Mocksville, North Carolina.
Oh,
There. Now you have a new name.
yep, North Carolina. It's East Coast. Oh, you go through the mountains.
Yep, I'm in Kentucky right now, but I'm almost to Tennessee.
Uh,
But do you like your new name?
uh, that's fine. That's totally fine.
I don't know if I got it spelled right, but
Ah,
it's hard to
I don't
fucking
care.
type and drive. But you're Electro now. I drove across the Ozark Mountains yesterday, and today I'm going to go across the Smoky Mountains.
Mm, you going from some national parks or near?
Yeah, I went through the Mark Twain National Forest yesterday, and um, pretty much the whole Smoky Mountain chain is a national park.
Yep.
I won't. I've got to go through Nashville first, and then head to the east side of Tennessee before we get to the mountains.
I will not see them in any case in such lightning.
No, it's probably going to be about 8 hours from now.
Okay.
There'll be, we'll have sunlight by then.
Yeah. You plan driving probably all day? How long
Uh,
it take?
it's 10 more hours.
You can drive so long?
Yeah.
Okay. It will be a long day with a lot of people joining you. What's that pigeon? Ah, but again, it will be pretty beautiful travel.
Yeah, it is. And I'll have sunlight here in probably 2.5, 3 hours. We should be getting sunlight about the time I get out of Memphis. I'm almost, not Memphis, but Nashville.
Hmm?
'Cause I'm a little less than 2 hours north of Nashville right now.
Mm. Mediocre speed, probably 60 miles. I'm correct?
65.
Ah, okay. That I can calculate when you say 2 hours north, it's probably 130 miles, something like that. And one more calculation, it's probably 200 kilometers.
Pretty close to it. A little under.
Yeah, speak with somebody from United States, make my brain calculate a little bit more than necessary, but again, it's just a practice.
Right.
Hmm,
I can do miles, I can do kilometers, I don't care.
yeah. Mm, we'll see how it's going. Ah, you didn't buy a ticket. You forget. Ah, fine.
You're right, I forgot.
Not a big deal. I will need them more when cold night and winter when hopes will be really necessary.
Okay.
If I, that will be much better time. Now it's not worth to have some mysterious hope. But again, it seems the same like we will have meteor shoot down Mr. Putin. But I will accept such miracle too. But mm, I don't know. We will see how it's going. But it all depends. We never know how it's going to end. And we not see when that's all going to end.
Yeah. Hey, there is a guy who usually watches our games, and he always is making sort of funny jokes about what we're doing in the D&D game.
Mm.
Have you seen? Have you? Do you ever watch the chat?
I am time to time looking on chat, but usually you make some such nonsense in that I just, oh no, I don't want to read that. But sometimes it's funny. I can listen to you when you spoke about flat Earth and all that stuff. When they talk about all other nonsense, and just
No, I'm talking about the jokes that he tells while we're
and
playing D&D.
no, I not usually read that stuff because usually I between spare list some other topics what I have listen new because we play not a native language and I need to catch
Right.
up after everything that's going on because time to time if I distract need something to Julia to talk about or something like that and just turn back and just okay I miss everything what you're going to do and just okay we play it that's I all understand. It's not always play well but it's at least it's funny. But no, I not
Right.
read chat when some
All right, but that's a side topic. It's just I thought maybe you'd have seen this guy, and he would like to join us. His name is Drubius. Give
if
us a fourth party
he
member.
uh, let's try. I'm not against everybody because again, we can add some spice and another thoughts in any of that because one of the advantage of internet that most people don't understand that you have access to opinion and another things because what people thought you'd never know and their experience their life their knowledge can show you something from really different point of view. And in D&D, it's the same. If he put new shenanigans in our game, why not?
Yep, it would mean that we would have to, roll up new characters and stuff to get
Uh,
him in.
I don't mind about it. I can take
Yeah.
some another simple character because again, for that game, I take simple character. On my game where I'm not a dungeon master when I just players, I take very interesting character. I take ugly insects that he's a druid, and he's always hiding that nobody knows that he is insect. Like in that movie, he's always wear a mask or some basket on his head, like that Japanese monks, and practically not speak, but need to somehow interact with other people and solve issue. And so doing this just practically not speaking to another players. And it's funny character. But I think that I make my DM headache and think, okay, do you agree with that? He said, okay, fine. You're not a big trouble. I don't know why. And when we opened all our characters, my character was not so really special. They all crazy. We have full team of really special people with really special backstory and all that stuff, and it's on one time funny interaction between players. But game, it's not so interesting. But again, it is what it is. We'll see how it's going.
Yeah.
But for Grand India, I can easily roll some simple character. It's not a big issue.
Glenn will let you do the special stuff too.
Uh,
Just he usually doesn't. I don't know. Do you want to be the DM this time and have Glenn be a player?
mm, I don't know. It's about. I'm more strict DM and prefer more different type of shenanigans. Uh, I prefer more interesting backstory and so on and so forth. It's not look like it's fit well with that team of people, and I totally appreciate that opportunity, but probably not. I need to see how Glenn is playing, because your shenanigans, I need to bet you a lot of stuff. A lot of your shenanigans will not work in my game. Uh, I prefer that
If
you
I
think
had
more.
if I had my book and could look stuff up instead of just trying to fucking remember stuff, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe, but again, I remember, and I try a few times to stop you from the scenario, but on some point, I just okay, fine. Let's play in such way, and I accept that. Again, your obstacles too limited a bit. Uh, that's why I don't know. But damn it, in English, it will be a challenge for me, and maybe next campaign, not that, when I finish my diploma, my paper, maybe I can do that. We'll see. But
Yeah.
now I'm sure that I probably can, but uh, can't afford it right now. I'm a little bit jealous. You're totally fine. You just driving in middle of night. You not have trouble with sleep if you're not sleeping correct time. I sleep full 8 hour. I just wake up twice in midnight, just can't sleep, and it's destroy my schedule. And I'm broke now. I'm totally broken for sleep deprivation, and it's norm for me. And you somehow always change time. You can drive at night, you can drive at day. I'm a little bit jealous, maybe because I not have healthy sleep.
No, Constantine. Actually, what it is everybody is got their own circadian rhythms, and some people are flexible, some people are not. I'm, for the most part, much more relaxed than you are. Things don't really bother me a lot, but I don't have fucking Russians bombing my apartment either, you know?
Uh,
So,
oh, yeah.
uh,
Yeah, I agree with that, and the economy of your country not trying to collapse in any moment, and you don't
ah,
know you need to run from. This. No, no, we all know that you have a chance. Your country make everything that you have changed too. But if your economy collapse, everybody will be support from everywhere. Nobody accepts that the United States economy will collapse. But with our economy, it just we're going on so thin blade. We have a little bit bigger chance. You must admit that.
oh yeah.
Mm, it is what it is. I'm not sure that somebody can sustain. I see how some people advise me, you can go to psychologist or you can go to buy
Uh,
some bottle of rum or bottle of whiskey. Uh,
your bottle, if I remember, you like the rum the best.
yeah, yeah,
It's probably a much better investment than a psychologist.
maybe.
Really, those that whole profession is an absolute scam. Did you know they only have a 40% success rate? It's much better to buy a bottle and have a drink with your friends and talk about your problems than to pay some guy, you know, a week's wages to tell him your problems.
Uh, One of the best sentences that I hear about psychology. Sometimes you don't need psychologists. You just need to fix your life. You
Yeah,
not have psychological problem. You just have bad life,
right.
and it's obstacles. And you,
You know, it's not like you've got, you're seeing visions and they're telling you to fucking take the cats and turn them into a sweater or anything like that.
yeah.
Or even worse, when the cat fucking holds, stands on your chest at night and you see it telling you how to do your taxes.
Yeah.
You're not hallucinating. You don't have ideas about fucking killing everyone. So
And that's issue that we have on that country. A lot of people already start to have that idea, and it's huge trouble. Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
my
I
my
totally
big
agree.
my biggest problem right now is the road's bumpy and I'm trying to drink my coffee.
One of my friends, I working with Danish people, they not have any trouble, and I try not to bother them with ours. But my friend working with Sweden and said, his biggest trouble is that core of war not really much to their new furniture from IKEA. It's a little bit different, and he just said, okay. And I just, oh, fine. I can understand it. I can appreciate. I maybe have some white jealous that people can afford such um, good life.
Yeah.
But I want such level of life too, but I unfortunately can't afford it.
Yet,
Mm.
just yet. You'll get there.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we'll see how it's going. We'll see. No,
I got faith in you, brother. You'll make it.
ah, I just understand that one of the reasons that I really like to talk with you is that I know that if something really bad and I won't scream it about to people that live in same obstacles for them, it will be even worse. And just I can something to you that I prefer not to speak with my friends or real neighborhoods. That's
Yeah.
all going to scratch or just on the sharp edge to fall down and practically country tear apart, connection tear apart, businesses infrastructure all trying to blow up and same moment. And it's how long it can take. Explaining something like that here, it's just bad idea. Or you will find somebody that is same bad condition as you, and it's even worse for him. Or some fanatics that say that you are paranoid or just enemies that try to destroy or just lie about stuff and so on and so far. And be
Yeah.
open outside, it's really necessary. It is what it is. Mm, we'll see how it's going. We're still alive. It's already good stuff. But
Yeah. Every day above dirt's a great day.
Uh, on one side, I'm totally agree, but for another stuff, something can be wrong. Oh, I can ask you strange question. Did you remember it's some engineering study book that some principles that no probably you forget all your books
Uh,
what you study in
ask the
university.
question before you answer it for me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just interested in maybe some good English books that I can use for my work stuff. I just try to work with just want to make some kind of guidelines how design our parts, and it takes some interesting stuff that we open some question about design and how we need do we need to unificate the way how we design it or don't need or something like that. And I need to something like books that prove make my point of view more relevant. That are not only my thoughts or just Soviet books, because on West you not really appreciate Soviet design school. Uh,
Some of it we liked, other parts of it we didn't. You know, it's like you guys really don't appreciate a lot of Western design. It's just different priorities. What's most important?
mhm.
Um, there's I can't remember the title of the book, but have you ever heard of Kelly Johnson?
I can Google it.
He's my favorite engineer.
Mhm. 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 Hercules, Nighthawk, U2. Mm, pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's a very good engineer. He wrote a book about design that I liked a lot. I can't remember the name of it.
If I know, if I find that guy, I will find his book.
Yeah.
Uh, more than my share of it all. I know it's autobiography. Uh, something not autobiographic. Something about engineering.
Yeah.
Most famous his autobiography. Uh,
Uh, you can read his autobiography. He had a hell of a life. But
uh, yeah. Oh, yep. He was guy that firstly invent principle of keys. Do you know that principle?
yep.
Yep.
Do you agree with it or not?
I'm always agree. Till it work.
Okay.
Uh, go out of keys is just necessity.
Yep.
always try to use keys if it's not possible, that it's not possible.
Keep it
Mo-
simple, stupid.
uh, yeah. Because no. I don't know that he's who invented. It's
No,
such.
I don't believe he is, but he certainly used it.
Mm,
I really don't know who invented Kiss. You know.
According to Wikipedia, KISS, the acronym was reportedly coined by Kelly Johnson, lead engineer of Lockheed Martin.
Okay, maybe he did. He certainly employed the principle. Um,
Yeah.
that's how he was able to, you know, do a lot of the stuff he wanted to do, like the U2.
Yeah. Blackbird too. For me, just still because Blackbird that you just put sprint behind the ramjet and automatically correct position of that ramjet. It's perfect. You need less parts. You not need some advanced hydraulic or something like that, and it's just work because of that stuff. Just wow.
Yeah, and the the Blackbird, the SR-71, it was all built with Soviet titanium. They had to fucking set up a bunch of fake companies to buy titanium from the Soviet Union because
Yep.
we didn't have enough to build the airplanes. So a spy plane to spy on the Soviets was made out of Soviet titanium.
Yep. Somebody says that it's nonsense that you depend on Soviets, but
They
it is
had
what it is.
they had the at that time they had the corner on the fucking had the only place you could really get titanium in large quantities.
Yep. No, I'm totally agree with such stuff. For me, I have story why I just don't want to work with Ukrainian military. Not because I'm patriotic, just because I not believe them. You probably I told you that story that I work with people that we buy from Russian parts and put the parts on our our systems that
Uh,
protect our country. And after government was changed to nowadays president, that people was charged for that activity, and it just what the heck? We're doing what we need to do for make our country protected and do as much as we can. And for that, people get was arrested and all that nonsense going on around. Even if you protect a country, do it all right. It's never you never know that at some point you not be disgraced and have a huge trouble because of that. It's so demotivating, but it
it
is what it
certainly
is.
is. In the long run, it really kills morale, destroys initiative, and without personal initiative, you'll fail. Yeah, people have to have the freedom to make good decisions.
All choose short time gain for that for
Well,
long term.
They're looking for fucking outside guidance, so they have no personal initiative, so they follow whatever is written. Then, if the person who wrote the thing that's written was wrong, everyone fails. It's happened again and again and again and again throughout history. It's stupid. You know, if you have a little piece fail here and a little piece fail there, but the rest of it is moving on, you can get rid of the bad parts and keep going. But if everyone fails because of the process, everyone fails. The whole thing falls apart. It's just, you know,
Yep.
not good.
But again, we have that all try to catch something now that think in long term stuff.
No, you got to be asking yourself, why are these people looking for somebody to punish right now? Is it because they fucked up somehow and they need somebody to take the light off of them? That's my
No,
first thought when I see people doing that kind of crap. What did you do,
uh,
buddy?
no, it was just they need to fire that people to replace them and sit and start stealing money. It was such kind of motivation. They want to destroy one department that push out their boss and take their place.
Hmm.
Just undercover. Dogs fight behind the curtain.
Uh,
That's main issue, but it was in such scale because they want to replace previous government in control of all that enterprises. And that was one of the tools. But again, in that fight that you just destroy middle and low range people, engineers, managers, supply chain specialists, they don't want to work with you, and you just can't repair and prepare new equipment because of that. But you don't care. You just want higher management position, or just have a opportunity to remove people from previous government and replace it with your people. They can be incompetent, they can be everything, but it was yours people.
here, plug your ears. Welcome to Tennessee, motherfuckers! There, I have to say that.
uh, it will be funny if you find some place between, I don't know, probably marks that you have 2 or 3 states joined in one point, maybe
Oh, we
4.
did that yesterday.
And you just giving welcome to one motherfucker, welcome to second motherfucker, to third, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Mm, yeah, it is what it
My
is.
my trip to yesterday, I the very end of Illinois comes down to a point, uh, right? And I went from Missouri to Illinois to Kentucky,
Mm.
and all within 15 minutes.
Yeah, I understand some, just some small part of the island, like you have between Texas and Kansas. That it's all jokes that somebody just pay Kansas just pay Oklahoma that not have border with Texas.
Yeah, it
You know
almost
that.
seems like that. Yeah.
Correct. Just uh, s- small strip of land just prevent to Kansas have border. It's yours jokes. It's not ours. We not really so touch with United States policy. Uh,
Well,
so,
they called that area of land, that little strip on top of Oklahoma that separates Texas and Kansas, the Cherokee Strip. And for the longest time, it was not part of any state.
mm,
It was just lawless in there.
mm,
And they finally got sick of all the crap that was going on.
mm. And put it to the Oklahoma. Why not to the Texas? Because it's much more logical. But again,
I don't know.
maybe they decide that just Texas is too big already. I don't know. But again,
Well,
it's hard
Texas,
for.
after the Civil War, they anything in the southern state. They really so it probably had a lot more to do with that.
I don't know, but you have bad connection. I not hear everything you said about Texas after Civil War.
Texas was a slave state,
Oh,
and
okay.
for the first 50 years after the Civil War, there was a lot of animosity from the federal government towards the slave states.
Mm,
So that's probably why they didn't just give it to Texas.
uh, okay. I not expect Texas joined to the South in that war.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about it. Yep. Mm. Yeah. Cotton State. It's not for Texas, but I remember that one of the main culture that you grow in Texas is cotton, like I remember.
Yeah.
And I never
Cotton and
connect.
cattle.
Yeah. I know.
And lots of vegetables too, believe it or
I can believe it because cotton needs a lot of water. If you have such shiny region like Texas and somehow have a lot of water to feed cotton, then you can grow a lot of vegetables.
not. The
Um,
Rio Grande Valley is pretty rich.
mhm. We
And
have,
it doesn't really freeze. So
yeah.
almost year round production.
Mm, from we have main place in Soviet Union that the where we grow melons, watermelons, grapes, all that stuff. It's same region where we grow cotton. It's now one of the poorest region. It's named Uzbekistan, but again, that's why I can understand and appreciate that. That's I'm definitely in that you can grow anything in Texas. If you can grow cotton, you can grow probably everything. Only one chance for cotton is just because it's more productive or in money, not in amount, but in money.
Yeah, it's bad for the ground. It's bad for the soil,
Yeah.
which is why they turn around and grow peanuts and soybeans and stuff on those fields they rotated in,
Mm, yep.
reconditioned it, and grow cotton again. But they make bales of cotton these days when they harvest it. The harvester is a huge trailer like I have, and the
Mm-hmm.
bales, are just gigantic.
Yeah, it used everywhere nowadays because it's most productive way to do that stuff.
Right.
It is what it is. Texas get both hurricanes and tornadoes, like I
Yep,
understand.
that's true. That's very true. But it's huge. The state of Texas is just a little bit bigger than the country of Ukraine.
Yep. Do Texas have some point where he has both? Not in Texas, but uh, that in same city can be hit by hurricanes and by tornado.
Well, usually there are tornadoes inside of hurricanes. Did you know that?
I know about tornado inside the light storm. We have the similar here near Azov Sea on south of Kano country. On that region, we usually you can see just storm on the sea, storm, not hurricane.
Right.
But in hurricane, it sounds even worse because if you already have hurricane and in such point you get full scale tornado, it's just full. Yep.
Yeah, they've got swamp, forest, prairie, desert, mountains, everything in Texas.
Mountains.
Yeah,
F-
the western side of Texas has mountains.
uh, they bigger than Carpathian Mountains.
Uh, I don't know what the height of them are, but they're more rugged.
Ah,
There's no, the Carpathians are nice and round,
yeah. Green
soft,
with forest, yeah.
green. Yeah,
Streams,
these,
forest, yeah.
the Texas mountains are desert mountains. They don't have a lot of erosion. They're really, rocky and angry.
Angry Mountains. But it's fair. Eh, and just you just not appreciate mountain desert. Yeah, I'm not appreciated too, but I just much more in um,
They're not like the Alps or
yeah,
the Himalayas or the Andes or
uh,
the Rockies,
yeah,
but
Appalachians, yeah, something like even on your side, what's on East Coast, it's Appalachian Mountain or how it's called.
we call that whole region Appalachia, but there's a bunch of different mountain ranges on the East Coast.
Yeah.
They've got the Smokies, they've got the Appalachians, they've got the Adirondacks, they've got this, the that, and the other.
Probably the same going with Alps. That's just all Carpathian. Polish side of Carpathian Mountains, they call it Tatry. Uh, we call it Scarpati. Carpathia, it's more Romanian word for that stuff, and they probably to break them on some chain.
Yeah.
We call chains inside Carpathian like Black Mountains. It's some of them. It's just a little bit more dark than anything else. I just not remember all of that chain's name, but Probably it's regular because people want to specialize a little bit, like state, city, street, block, and so on and so forth.
Right.
Because for native, it's not too much info. Where you live, somewhere in Appalachians. Appalachia is huge. They probably bigger than a lot of country on that planet. Definitely bigger than Vatican.
Definitely.
Probably even Everest bigger than Vatican. Vatican City. Yep.
Coffee is good.
Yeah, Everest
I don't
bigger.
know.
Or how I look on map. Coffee. From coffee shop on gas station.
Well, there's one chain of gas stations that I go to, and they've got pretty good coffee there.
Mm.
It's not great, but it's not awful ever.
Mm.
So sometimes if you get it when it's just fresh, it's perfect.
I'm totally agree with it because for me, I'm not try coffee. I'm not really grind coffee. If it's sweet and not make my recipe feel so bad about my receptors that it's too sour or something like that, it's fine for me. But again,
Yeah, I don't put anything in my coffee. I just drink it. And coffee as coffee. It's got to, if it's good coffee, I'll taste it. If it's not, I'll taste it because I don't mask it with sugar, milk, or anything.
for me, I prefer coffee with milk. If it's good coffee, I just drink it with milk, without any sugar, any flavors, everything. But if coffee is bad, definitely sugar, syrup with coconuts, everything that can replace the taste.
If it's bad, I don't drink it. Pour it out the I'll pour it out the window. I'm not going to drink garbage.
Farno Racing, who is the guy talking?
I don't know.
I just look on chat.
I can't really read the chat.
Not a big deal.
I've got a guy here driving very slowly on the highway.
He breaks some rules.
No. Well, actually, he's probably going slower than the minimum speed. But
You have rules for minimum speed.
yeah.
Okay.
On the interstate, we do.
It's interstate.
Yeah.
Okay. And what limit?
This is Highway 24, I-84. I mean I-24.
And what is?
And the speed limit is 70. The minimum is 45.
Okay.
I'm going 65. That's the speed I'm driving at.
Oh. We have 45 miles like speed limit in most part of the country. Max, not mean. Okay.
And you were talking to me the other day about why we have so many trucks. And
Yeah.
I was thinking about that afterwards. And I think the answer to that is just in time logistics.
Yeah.
I think that's why we do it this way, just in time. Instead of having more than enough of what you need, you get just enough and have it get there just in time.
Why you not need use so much river and railroads? Railroads probably can afford that stuff. That can be really precise with rail station, and you just not use so much truck interstate. You just use it more inside state. I totally understand, but again, trucks it's not most efficient way. But maybe if calculate everything, maybe it's more efficient. I don't know. It's we need to calculate how it's going. Maybe just because you not have alternative. You just destroy your railway system and that's all. Because even economic analytics say that Russians have such huge railway system because they can't afford trucks. That means railway is cheaper. Even your economists say that and just okay.
Well,
Then you not just
it's cheaper, but it's slower. Uh,
probably it's but yeah, it's probably because of logistics because but interstates it's too limited. Yeah, roads little bit.
oh, they
mm,
have not grown the railway system since World War II, and the country's population has tripled
yeah,
since then. They
yeah,
grew the they grew the road system instead.
yeah. That's
So
main. Yeah,
I don't believe that our railway system in the United States could keep up with the demand. And of
I
course,
don't know.
the rivers are the same size.
Yeah. uh, you. But again, I want to say you not dig new rivers, but remember that in British and Via and you are probably dig a channel that joint river with Great Lakes and all that stuff, and probably
Oh
you
yeah,
can dig new river if you need it.
well they have big canals for some places. Hell, you can go all the way to Tulsa, Oklahoma, uh, which is not located on any large river,
Mm.
by a canal for
Mm-hmm.
shipping grain. And there's everything that's associated with the Mississippi and the Missouri and the Ohio.
Yep. Yeah, but you have so-called shield island. Systems that I don't know how that your river ship can go from New Orleans to New York and Washington.
Yeah, that's a natural thing,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, and it's huge. Nobody else on that planet have such advantage. Going near the
The
shore, it's only mean
intercoastal
yeah.
the intercoastal waterway is what we call
Mediterranean Sea, it's just huge lake, and it's probably the closest that yet. But inside, outside the ocean, that you can openly go on river ships through all your ocean coast. It's pretty unique. Mhm. Now, you have. Good geography. I need to admit that. But again, oh, we have obstacles, and we'll see how it's going. Okay, I will go to do other stuff. Thank you for link of for that engineers that invent keys. I will try to find
Now, I think
something
you'll
and we'll
read. He was the book is actually about a failed program that he wasn't able to do, but it's probably why he was able to write about it because everything he did do in
yeah.
real life was fucking classified. Um,
Yeah.
and it's the book he wrote was about. I cannot remember the name of anything today,
And
but
not
it
a
was
big
about,
deal.
at at the end of World War II when they were switching over to jets. He had a proposal for a jet fighter, and it would have been fantastic, but it was too far ahead of its time, and nobody would nobody would risk it. And it's a story of that airplane.
Hmm? I will try to find something.
Right.
But I glad to hear you, man. Stay safe. And probably, maybe I will join you later, but we'll see how it's going.
Okay.
But at least I happy that you will have a good views today and you will have a good day. Talking with people and driving through beautiful Appalachian Mountains. Talk to you, man.
Bye bye, Coach.
And if you
Great.
want to new character preparation, you can discuss it with Glenn. I think Roma will accept it too. If that new guy will play, we're totally fine. I even can take even support character like Druid or
Well, I think he wants to play a druid. He's actually never played Dungeons and Dragons before,
or
but
oh
he's been
Druid.
watching. Yeah, he's been watching us, and he went out and bought some dice and a book,
Mm,
and
yeah,
he's a mechanical guy like you and I. So
I'm totally fine with that. Druid is pretty good class for starting.
yeah,
Usually people pick a fighter because it's solid class so that you can do something. But if you really want to go inside that play, druid or priest, just best class for beginners because they give so much option, so much opportunity to do
right,
something again with all mechanics inside the game.
yeah.
And I'm totally fine with if he takes that. We'll see how it's going. Okay, talk to you, man. Have a nice trip. I will catch you on that week. I hope so.
All right,
Bye,
and
man.
talk to Roma about it for me,
Yeah,
and if Roma agrees, then I'll talk to Glenn.
sure. I will write about it. Okay,
All right,
talk to you.
bye bye.
Bye.
Hey, look, it's a KOA campground at exit 232A on I-40 in Tennessee. Woof, woof.
Wolf Wolf, and good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm sipping my first cup of coffee and enjoying life. How goes it, sir?
It's very well. I made it through Nashville without having to slow down.
Woohoo!
I'm quite happy about that.
I see you're in today's thumbnail. You're a miner.
Yeah.
I really shouldn't be talking to miners online.
Ah, yet you still are.
Yeah, I'm a bad dog.
I was. I couldn't think of anything to fucking draw this morning, so I just did
Are you, I take it you're driving through mining country?
that. Yeah. I get you probably mind something here. I'm in Tennessee, heading east on I-40 between Nashville and Chattanooga. No, not Chattanooga. What's the name of that fucking town? Knoxville. Nashville to Knoxville.
I.
Closer to Nashville for now, but heading towards Knoxville. Then after Knoxville, it actually gets really pretty.
Okay.
We should have daylight by then.
In the in the chat, JR has shared that he got threatened by Beth and Viper.
Ah, okay. And what type of threats are they going to give to JR?
Well, he hasn't expounded upon it, but apparently his posting not to their liking.
That means he's doing the right thing. Good for you, JR. These guys are getting very threatening all the time. I'm getting threats every fucking day. They're threatening JR.
JR says they plan on yeeting him. Oh my.
I found a good way to fucking shut the threateners up, though.
What's that?
Every time they say something like, you wouldn't tell me that in real life, I'd knock your teeth out. And I just write to them, I accept. Then they come back and say, you're a coward. You need your 6 other friends. And I'm like, I just accepted. I didn't need anybody. I don't get into that type of a bickering thing. I try and throw little fucking curveball insults at them. I hate that. That's neither here nor there.
Well, I've been in a handful of physical altercations. Came out on top. Most of them, not above saying I've received at least a couple of ass whoopings.
Yeah, me too.
Not not interested in doing that anymore.
No, not really. But when you have grown men fucking throwing around these type of little temper tantrum things, It's like, okay. You're kind of unhinged, but I accept.
It's a pretty common thing I've observed that if you're left leaning, just speaking in generalities, not necessarily social, political, but in general, if you're left leaning and you interact or deal with more conservative thinking types, the reaction is threats of violence, screaming matches, a whole lot of shaming language.
Yeah.
Whereas conservative types, more often than not, they can just laugh it off. They they're not above pointing out inconsistencies and hypocrisies and poking holes,
Yeah.
but
It's fun.
it's not like I'm going to find you and remove you from existence. So, you do you over there. I think you're stupid, but whatever. Not looking for you. Crazy world.
Yeah.
Have you commented on the ridiculous opening ceremony in France for the Olympics?
Oh God. I think everybody's commenting on that.
Well, it was pure Satanism on display.
100%. Hey, that's what happens when you hire a fucking Satanist to fucking be your choreographer for all that.
Mm-hmm.
A actual real Satanist, not you know,
Yeah.
not, not a bullshit one. An avowed, self-declared Satanist. And they're coming, and he's coming back and said, it was a commentary on community. We were trying to be inclusive. And our performance was designed to initiate a conversation. You know, the typical fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Fuck the whole homo socialist agenda. Femino socialists as well. My question is what does any of that stuff have to do with sports?
Sports, nothing. But their motivation was the number of eyeballs that are on the event. They knew there's going to be a large audience tuning in worldwide. They took advantage. In other news, I'm not a tennis fan. I don't follow professional tennis, but there is one former professional player who accomplished quite a bit in his career, named Roger Federer. I don't know if you've
Yeah.
heard this. There um, there are reports that 2 of his 4 children are not biologically related to him.
Oh.
And he's he's a he's an alpha Chad in the tennis world. Won
Dirty fucking
Wimbledon
hole.
8 times, a lot of other championships.
Yeah.
Number 1 ranked player for 4 weeks.
The dirty fucking whore.
Well, again, I will reiterate that the accuracy and reliability of these reports are uncertain, and he has not publicly commented.
Well, if it's true, then that dirty fucking whore.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that got me this week was Biden made a speech where he declared he wanted to amend the Constitution to change the makeup of the Supreme Court and the way the Supreme Court runs itself.
Okay.
He wanted to get rid of lifetime appointments. That's part of it. And
Is that it?
I was wondering if you could pull up an article on Biden's Supreme Court fucking suggestions.
I can. Give me a couple minutes. I'm trying to get a second cup going. And Leo, go outside. Come on, boy. How did your escort fare last night?
I guess they did all right. They were awake this morning.
You didn't go there and offer him some of your fare?
No, I went to sleep right after I fucking shut it down.
Yeah.
And then this morning I got up maybe about 10:30 or so, 11 o'clock, and took Sam out, talked to Mitchell and Riggs and Hemi on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Made up some rice and hot sausage. then Sammy and I
Mm.
went walking around the parking lot. On the way back to the truck, we walked past their car, and I waved at them and said, we're going to go about 120, 130. They're like, all right.
Right on, George.
Yep. We had to make a stop this morning for one of them. But I use that as an opportunity to get myself a cup of coffee and take Sam for a poop. I'm getting a lot of background noise of some type of entertainment that you've got going on there. I was wondering if you could mute yourself. Could you mute yourself until you're done making your coffee?
I'm done making my coffee. Do you hear it now?
No.
Okay. Sorry about that. Biden. Supreme Court.
And when you get back, you can read me all the stuff JR's reading.
Okay. He said, they hate me because I stick up for Rusty. They know they screwed him over, but life will take care of them, and threats don't scare him, actions do.
Yeah.
Okay. Biden is a proposal to reform the Supreme Court. He wants term limits for justices, an unspecified number of years, enforceable code of ethics to ensure accountability and transparency. These reforms come as he has grown increasingly critical of the Supreme Court's decisions, including its majority rulings on abortion rights, affirmative action, and gun regulations. Following his decision not to seek re-election and his endorsement of VP Kamala, Biden has signaled his willingness to prioritize Supreme Court reform. He has support from Pocahontas.
Yeah.
He's got opposition from Lindsey Graham, South Carolina. This says the path forward will depend on the level of bipartisan support and willingness of lawmakers to engage in a constitutional amendment process. So I guess that he wants that to be his last big hurrah.
I guess so. If he's not competent enough to campaign, and he's not competent enough, according to the Justice Department, to be held accountable for the missteps that he's had while fucking running the government, why should anybody listen to what his opinion is on the Supreme Court? You know, his competency is certainly in question.
Well, he's not pleased with the current system of checks and balances in place and is looking to upset that balance.
Yep.
And if there are enough lawmakers in Congress that think similarly and are willing to act on their convictions, who knows? We'll see. There's also reports of body doubles being used for
Yes, there are.
Biden's public appearances. You know, it seems his height varies from one appearance to the next. They're pointing out that his earlobes are attached in some appearances and dangling in others.
Yeah. There's even been some speculation that he's on some of these pre-recorded announcements, it's actually an AI.
Huh.
The deep fake.
I wouldn't discount it.
I need to stop and get another cup of coffee.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna grab some fuels in my 30 minutes. Morning, Rusty. Wow, is that Chase up already? RO, is that Chase already up? Awake?
Oh, you mean Jax?
Jack, sorry.
Yeah, he's awake watching TV in the living room.
Wow. Think he got up that early.
I believe he's been up the majority of the night. His sleep schedule is kind of effed.
Yeah. Here's a Love's. We'll stop in there.
Sounds good.
Nah, I can do it. I don't need to be stopping. I got too fucking far to go today. Power through.
Okay.
Already had one. I've already had one cup of coffee. I don't need to be fucking and big cup of coffee.
Yeah. The Church of the Nazarene has a minister in Idaho. He wrote a book with his daughter, who is bisexual, titled "Why the Church of the Nazarene Should Be Fully LGBTQ plus Affirming."
Oh God.
He got defrocked.
Good. All of these fucking co-opting efforts need to be shut down. Rebranding of our ancient traditions into fucking satanic manifestations needs to stop. It just needs to fucking stop.
Jax asked me what I was watching. I told him you were streaming and I was chatting with you. He said, "Tell him I said hi."
Well, hey,
Son, mocking you is a source of joy in my life. Don't take that away from me. He said, "That's fine." I'm reading the comments on that article I was just referring to.
yeah.
One of them, again, this is my church, but they need to be named and shamed for this decision. LGBT rights are human rights, and one day the current Nazarene code against homosexuality will seem just as ugly and dated as codes against miscegenate. I don't know this word. Miscegenation.
Misogynation. It's just a fancy way of saying misogynist.
Oh, well, fuck you, non-believer.
So the same guy that wants fucking females in the pulpit wants to go against the Bible and
Yep.
say that something that is clearly labeled as sin is no longer a sin because we don't like it.
Did it ever occur to you he doesn't want to be picked up every 5 minutes? Dogs get old and grumpy. They just want to lay around. Okay.
This is the same dog that bit him last week.
Yes.
That's not very smart.
Well, he only gets to be around dogs at my house. There are no pets at his mom's house. And I think he overcompensates with the amount of attention he wants to give them.
Yeah.
But I don't pick him up unless he indicates to me that's what he wants. Whereas the dog will be napping on the floor peacefully, and Jax will come along and scoop him up. And occasionally the dog protests.
Right.
So I just had to give Jax a little verbal smackdown about it.
Let sleeping dogs lie.
Yep. I said that very thing last night.
Morning, Radical Raptor. Yeah, I'm starting to get into the mountains. What's up?
A Sacramento man was arrested early Friday morning while illegally transporting over 1,000 marijuana plants on Interstate 5.
Oh my.
According to the Siskiyou County Sheriff's Office, around 3:30 a.m., a deputy saw a white Mercedes Transit on Interstate 5 that was continuously swerving over the fog line as it traveled north near Weed.
Yep. A real name of a real town in California.
He got his weed seized in weed.
Good morning, Abe.
Yeah, good morning.
What up, Abe?
Happy Tuesday.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm up. Woke up about 40 minutes ago. I was like, well, this is nice. Let's wake up at 3:30 when the alarm's set for 5.
You're a go-getter.
Yeah,
Hard charger.
yeah.
Hit the ground running.
Nah. Are
Look
you
both
in
ways for moose.
Yeah, actually, they had a moose not too far from here. They've spotted a couple of them, probably about 35 miles away. They figure they come out of the mountains of Wyoming and follow the rivers down, and there was a couple of moose that were at a lake that's probably about 40 miles away. So there are moose around here once in a while.
It's an invasion, and I suggest you panic.
Yes. I've seen firsthand up in Alaska. I've seen what a moose will do, and the moose are a lot bigger up there. I've seen what they'll do to a car. I doubt the person lived that hit that one because the top of the car was parallel with the door, with the top of the door, the door sill. It smashed that car flat.
Yeah.
So, are you in North Carolina yet?
Nope. I'm in eastern Tennessee.
Pretty area.
Yeah.
In the daytime. How many more miles you got to go today?
I don't know, 300. Something like that. Hang on a second. I'll tell you after I get lane changed. 329.
Oh, you'll make her today.
Yep.
Oro, what are you doing up at this ungodly hour?
Drinking coffee.
Having some barbecue, drinking coffee. What
No,
people in
just
Texas do.
Just the coffee. My barbecue flavored creamer ran out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, life is hard.
Greasy pork ribs creamer. Nothing gets the bowels a moving like some greasy pork rib creamer and some coffee.
That's right.
Well, I quit drinking any caffeine, so no popping, no coffee since getting back here. So it's been about 36 hours with no caffeine. So kind of wonder why I was dragging ass so bad last night. But I was on vacation, so, get up in the morning and grandma's got a pot of coffee going. So you'd sit around and drink coffee for a while and BS. And I got to break myself of that habit now.
I'm glad you had a good time with your grandma, though.
Yep, didn't do a whole lot. Just sat around and BS'd, and if she needed something, I helped her out with, and just enjoyed the company, enjoyed the time because she's 94, so.
Yeah.
I miss my grandma. She was a great lady.
I miss my grandma, too. At least my grandmother on my father's side. My mom's mom was sort of a bitch.
Well, this is my mom's mother. My mom hasn't talked to anybody in the family for 30 years, except for me. So
Ooh, you're
I'd have
special.
I'd have thought she was Italian the way she holds a grudge like the mob, but she's not. I had an aunt that we had a meal, big meal at grandma's house, and I had she used to be my aunt. I mean, when I was a little kid, she was my aunt. She is divorced from my uncle, which is my mom's brother. That she showed up with her husband. My uncle and his wife showed up. A cousin and her husband and two kids showed up, and then another cousin's wife showed up. So we had quite a little get together going, and my aunt asked about my mom because they were pretty tight when I was very young. And she's like, well, how's your mom doing? I said, oh, hateful as ever, and I told her she's got that family blood in her, and she started laughing. She goes, oh yeah, I know. I was married to one of them. I told my mom one time, I said, don't piss me off because you won't have anybody else if you piss me off and quit talking to me.
Yeah.
I said, you will die alone. Wow, look how fast that sun's coming up. I came back down here.
Right under the fog layer. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. Coming back from Washington State down to here, it's about 350 miles farther south than back home. And the first night I got here, the sun set at 8:10. It was setting at like 8:45 when I went on vacation.
Yeah.
It's like, oh crap, it's getting dark early already. Back home, during right before the summer solstice, you can look outside at almost 10 o'clock and you can still see, 9:45. Not as good as those Canadian brothers can see till 11 o'clock or later.
Yeah. I went to Stockholm one summer. Fucking, they had 2 hours of darkness.
Yeah.
22 hours of fucking daylight.
I was up in Alaska during July one time after I graduated high school, and it never fully got dark. It was that when it's really, really gray and you have a hard time seeing stuff, you can still see, but it's everything kind of blurs together a little bit. It was like that for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you could watch the sun set, and then it looked like it made a semicircle around you through the north, and then pop back up. A couple hours later, it was strange. My body, I loved it. My body wanted to be up because the sun was up, but
yeah,
it was weird being on a golf course on a driving range at midnight, and the sun's, like it looks like it's about 8 o'clock at night, during the summertime normally. You really do lose all concept of time because it just doesn't register with you. Oh shit, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And by 4, the sun's back up. What were you doing in Stockholm?
took a vacation up there.
Was it while you were in the Navy?
No.
Oh.
Did you contract any syndromes?
No, I did not. They've got a really fucking cool museum up there. Back in like fucking late 1600s, they had this fucking ship just. They really designed it poorly. On its maiden voyage, it got around the corner of the island where they built it in the harbor of Stockholm, caught a wave and fucking sank to the bottom. And it just fucking sat there. And the water's so fucking cold up there in the northern Baltic that it didn't rot or anything. and they found it in the 1950s, and they spent 30 years fucking spraying it down with like an ethylene glycol until the wood was saturated. They pulled it up and then just fucking preserved it, and the whole damn shit is fucking amazing to fucking go look at this thing. And it's really beautiful, and you know, but obviously not a very good design.
Well, I hope the designer was beaten about the head and shoulder area.
I'm sure he probably met the end of a fucking rope.
Yeah, we've fucked up. It is amazing how those countries navigated the earth, you know, when other parts of the world hadn't even seen a wheel or even thought about a wheel for transportation. These guys were navigating all over the earth.
Yeah. And had fucking, you know, cannons, and we're starting to experiment with flight, all kinds of shit. These other guys were fucking still napping flint.
Well, some of them were still just rubbing sticks on the ground to make them sharp.
Yeah.
Say, Abe,
Say what?
are things still topsy-turvy at your job site?
Oh, I realized that it sucked as much as it did the last time that I was there, like 3-4 years ago, but it's okay. A lot of it's a mismanagement deal. It was put on full display yesterday. I get out, they pull our locomotives out of the shop, and it was right before lunch. I mean, 10 minutes before lunch. Well, this other crew was attached to us with their locomotive. They said, "Hey, we're going to eat lunch out there, so we'll just lock up the tracks and everything, and then we'll start yours. That way, air conditioning will be on when you get done with lunch. You know, the engine will be warmed up, but the cab will be cooled down." I said, "All right, cool, man, thanks." So they did that. I went to lunch. Get out there, and we're on the motor for probably, it was no more than 10 minutes. I'm walking around it, making sure there's no leaks or anything. And then my partner, he yells up, "Hey, we got to pull the flags and they're going to move us." And I'm like, "What?" "Yeah, the one behind us, there was 3 of us out there. The one behind us, they said, oh, it has one wheel to turn. So they're going to take it, put it over in the wheel building, get that wheel turned, and then take that crew, which was the crew that helped us out, put them on a different locomotive to see if they can make that one and get that one done before the end of the shift." So then we have like a 45-minute delay. And I told the supervisor, he goes, "Hey, welcome back to the shit show." And I go, "Yeah." And I said, you better really think about trying to hold me over to finish this job when you interrupted it 10 minutes into it. And I says, because it's not happening. Oh no, you should be able to get done on that. I'm really sorry about that. I'm just like, oh God, it's a daily deal. You just laugh about it and just keep on going. Today might be a little better. I'll be working with the electrician that I'm actually supposed to work with. The guy I worked with yesterday is fine, but the guy that I will be teamed up with is in his 60s. He's been there for over 35 years. He knows his job. He knows my job. Very, very a wealth of knowledge. He's probably the last guy down there that has been around since the 80s. And he knows about everything there is to know about a locomotive. He's very, very knowledgeable, and it's a pleasure working with him because if you have a question, he usually knows the answer.
Right on.
So it'll get better. It's just growing pains getting back into it. I hadn't been on a locomotive in 3 years, and I get back in there, and I thought, well, I better do an air test on this. And I'm trying to think because there's different number codes you got to put in. And the guy I was with, he had a little cheat card, and I said, man, I got to remember this code. I said, it's been a while. So I looked at the screen, and it just came back to me, and I was like, dit, dit, dit. And he had his card. He was holding it towards me. He goes, you need this? And I said, no, I think I got it. And he goes, man, I wouldn't have remembered it after 3 years. Because he's got a bunch of codes that he has to do to get in there. Like everything's super secret, It's like, you're on a locomotive and it's like it's trying to break into NASA or something to get into the computers. They don't want the train crews messing with shit. Well, they all know the codes too. Because they all have brother-in-laws that work at the railroad. So if they want to screw stuff up, they can. And they have.
And they'll do it again.
Yeah. The worst part about today, and it's rolled into to this morning, is I spent 2.5 weeks not wearing any steel-toed work boots.
Yeah.
And my legs started hurting so bad yesterday. And I thought, man, why are my legs hurting so bad? And my feet and ankles. And then when I went up to the locker room and changed clothes at the end of the shift, I mean, I was like, damn, my legs hurt. Went upstairs, I put those sandals on, and it still hurt, but not near as bad. I'm like, not wearing your steel-toed boots for a couple of weeks, and then you put them on and start walking around all over the place. It's like, it totally just, my calves and my ankles hurt so freaking bad this morning. I feel like I'm 95 years old walking around. So hopefully today it gets a little bit better.
Well, you got good insurance. Go get you some orthopedic steel toes.
I think it's the weight, right?
Yeah. No.
In the weight, isn't it just the weight fucking messing with muscles you haven't had for a while, or is it actually?
Yeah, I'm thinking so because I was just running around in sandals for the last couple of weeks, and holy smokes, my legs just started aching yesterday when I was at work. It's like, man, because I'm thinking, well, I just got off of a 16-hour drive.
Right.
And I thought, well, I'm just stoved up from that drive. Yeah. I got up this morning to go to the bathroom. And I was like,
looky here, looky here, looky here.
You done found you a speed trap?
No, he found him the fucking gravity.
Ooh.
That's gotta suck.
He didn't go over though. That's good.
Nope. I don't know how he missed that fucking bridge embankment or abutment or whatever the fuck you call it.
Skill. He screwed up, but he skillfully avoided going into
Yeah.
solid concrete.
Yeah, he's having a bad day, but he ain't dead. So hey,
He may be unemployed, but he's not dead.
there's a drag race.
Well, hey, this is your opportunity to invent steel toe Crocs. Might be a market for those.
Yeah, the only bad thing is that they wouldn't be legal to wear down there. So, with all the little holes and no ankle support, doesn't go up your leg. But I bet there'd be some market for it for little old Mexican mothers. A steel-toed chancla, so they could smack the piss out of people. I got a couple guys I work with that says, "Oh yeah," he says, "my mom would be pissed, and she says that chancla would come out and she'd start slapping people with it." The old flip flop comes off, and it becomes a weapon. Well, I think it'd be time to get up, take a shower, and make some breakfast and get ready.
All right, then.
Have a good day, Abe.
Yep. Did you ever discuss what's in your rear end, or are you waiting for more contestants?
No, we've had that discussion. It's actually ammunition.
Ammunition.
Yep.
Nice. Is that a bug streak on your window, or is that a crack on your windshield?
Depends on what you're looking at. I've got a crack and a bug.
Well, it's covering up your left fender mirror.
That would be the crack.
Oh, nice. You must have caught yourself a nice little rock, huh?
I don't know what caused it, but it's growing.
Have you discussed with your company about getting it fixed? Because the state trooper will take exception to that.
Yeah. I will. I have talked about it, but they haven't done shit about it.
And we'll wait until your truck's pulled out of service, because that impedes your view.
You're transporting crack over state lines.
Oh my goodness.
And ammunition, so that's a double felony.
Well, I've got the permit. I've got the permits for the ammunition transfer. So,
Yeah, but your permit isn't valid when you have crack on you.
you got a point. You got a point.
Is your link, call-in link, pinned in the Rumble stream?
I believe it is.
Okay.
Rocco Bianco asking how to call in.
I pinned the comment. It's from a guy called Mr. Bill. That's me. Oh, and look, there's a KOA campground at exit 322 on I-40, headed east in Tennessee. One of you guys want to take a look and see if the comment is pinned? If not, I'll pin it when I stop up here.
I just pulled it up on Rumble. I don't see it pinned. but I'll paste it in there for Rocco.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna get going, fellas.
Have a good day, sir.
You too. Have a wonderful day.
Did you see that pickup with the trailer that I passed just about maybe 2 minutes ago?
Not a pickup. I saw the semi that had gone off the shoulder and tilted over a bit.
Well, after I passed that, I passed a pickup. He was just driving slowly, but he had a trailer full of bunnies. Maybe 100 rabbits.
Ah.
So he was a bunny rancher.
No, I was browsing news headlines on another tab, so I missed that.
I don't see Rocco showing up just yet. Sometimes it's hard to get into StreamYard. But Sam, there's the rest of you.
He might be having to set up his microphone, earphones, whatever setup he's got.
Well, I'm going to do my 30-minute here, and I will take a look at it as well and see if I get that pinned.
I
Well, doesn't look like we're going to park in a parking spot.
get out here, pick up. Oh, that cat's leaving.
That cat's leaving, and I'm repositioning the truck so I can get into his spot, and I'm hoping nobody pulls in hauling ass off the highway while I'm doing this. We'll get into a regular parking spot, which I like much better than what I was planning on doing. We're now on break. Turn off the lights.
Get busy being unproductive.
All right. Oh, wow. The dogs now outnumber the pig. Good morning. What's up, road dog?
Woof.
I guess that's Rocco.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, cool. Okay. Hey, well, I got kicked off of YouTube 2 years ago. So
Okay.
my channel got frozen. So I was at like doing January 6th stuff at my state capitol. And it just became this weird sort of domino effect where like I kind of lost my job. Kind of went off grid, man. I'm completely off grid now, and I was an electrician apprentice. So I was making pretty good money. So, but like it's just a matter of like this economy and studying the central banking system for so long, like the Federal Reserve. Like, I mean, Woodrow Wilson on his deathbed was like, I single-handedly destroyed this country by signing the Federal Reserve Act. And like, I took that to the bank. I was like, if this is really going to go down, if the money is really going to collapse, you'd be in a better position just not in a house, not with all your stuff with you and all that. You need like to be off grid, basically. That was my conclusion. So when I saw, I don't know, like I came to Florida, dude, because I was camping out in Ohio. I'll be totally honest. And I was like living in a tent, man. And I had a wood burning stove. And it was just this cool experiment. Like I was like that guy from Office Space. I felt like I was hypnotized to not be hypnotized anymore. Like I feel like I broke out of my trance completely. So I figured I'm a smarter guy just for getting out of the system completely in my own way. And then it got really cold. So then I was like, okay, fuck, man, what am I going to do? I had to get out of Ohio because I got down to like 30 below zero out there. And I had to run to it was like a little park ranger station. And my feet, dude, I almost got frostbite. Like, so, long story short, it's like I come down here to Miami, I'm looking for love in all the wrong places, right? But you learn a lot about women, especially because this is the place like where they all go on vacation and like look for guys and all this stuff. And like your channel's about MGTOW. So that's what I was like, okay, this guy must know about the true nature of females and all that. And like the burden on men in this system, it's just like the Roman, basically they had Roman armies and stuff in Rome. And they used to basically make the women like sort of spies. Like they would spy on the men and do all this. And basically if you didn't have a girlfriend in Rome, dude, they would parade you down the streets and throw rotten fruit and vegetables and all this stuff at you. Like for real. And that's sort of how we are supposed to feel in this system. If we don't have a girlfriend and all this stuff, we basically feel like people might as well just be throwing trash at us on the streets, like walking alone. That's how it feels like for guys like right now. And we're stuck in between a rock and a hard place with a fractional reserve banking system turned into a oligarchical global government franchise of printing money out of thin air. And we're in between these women that also want to have all that money and wealth and stuff and prosperity, affluence. But the guys in their system that they're with, in their caste system, because we're all basically serfs by definition, if we have a central bank system. So the serfs can't get the girls because we're stuck in a caste system. It's an oligarchy. And that's really the main reason. That's what I wanted to call in. It's like we're literally debt slaves for the IMF and World Bank printing trillions of dollars out of thin air and then putting it on our shoulders to have to pay the burden back in the form of interest on the debt accumulated. Like, these debt instruments are literally tickets to hell. And the women are, sitting at the ticket booths. And we're saps. We fall in love. Especially, with Disney and all the propaganda we've been fed since we were kids about marriage and, all this stuff. I mean, I Love Lucy, all this stuff came out, and it originally was just them living in like an apartment building in New York, right? And it evolved into this weird sitcom situation where they have neighbors, all this stuff. But it originally, watched the first couple I Love Lucy's, and it was kind of like, real life situations, the way they set it up back then. It was actually pretty well done. And it was more like, the guy's in charge, right? The guy's supposed to wear the pants, dude. And like, what the feminists, they push this whole idea of this is what fucked these women up so bad, dude, is they're trying to wear the damn pants. That's all it is mentally. And they physically can't back it up. So what do? They do all this stuff with, these hero movies in Disney. Like, they have the heroines, like Disney has a heroine epidemic. All these like female hero roles, these heroines like saving the day and all this, wearing the pants, right? Teaching the girls, hey, you can wear the pants too. You can wear the pants in the relationship too. And it's like this whole weird paradigm that's shifted. It's an Overton window. So like, I think that the culture creators, because that's what they are, like Hollywood in general, they create the culture for us. And the system's set up just like Rome, like I was talking about, where, they want us to have a girlfriend. They don't want us to be single. And they're trying to come up with all these weird ass ways to have people hook up and have women in charge of these relationships and stuff. Like the feminists, like just reinventing the I Love Lucy situation, basically, like where it's totally the gender roles are reversed. And it is like, when you break it all down, man, you study like the technocratic elite and the Rockefellers, the Warburgs, the Harrimans, all these like trillionaire or more families. Their like wealth is mostly hidden. They want to reduce population. So like all of this stuff, when you break it all down in its bare bones, is essentially an attack on human beings, not just women or men. Because when you attack one or the other, you're really attacking both. So it's just this mathematical thing that they've gotten, us stuck into of, you're going to try to turn the positive into a negative and the negative into a positive. And that's what they've done. They've turned women literally. And if you look at it mathematically, they're the negative, right? They're the ones you it's obviously physics, right? And they turned the men with all these plasticizers and the BPA plastics into women, dude. Like the plastics alone, the bisphenol A's, the polyphenols, they're endocrine system disruptors. They're attacking our glands.
And they accumulate in your fucking testicles.
Exactly. The microplastics. It's not an accident, everybody. They're attacking men. Specifically to attack the species itself, and we're the strongest part of the species. We're supposed to be the protectors. And I got to look in the mirror when I see the country looking like it is. That's us looking in the mirror, y'all. We need to change the macro. And the only way to do that, I think, is to get on the same page as far as what is money. This whole idea of control over the species is done through money. Just the whole idea of just having this money system at all. Now, what do I mean by that?
We have to have some type of fucking barter or some type of trade currency, but it doesn't have to be fiat currency.
No, Yeah, I've studied Byron Dale from Minnesota. Everybody needs to go look up Byron Dale. He let me read his books on my YouTube channel before it got shut down and frozen and all that. And the guy's a genius because he came up with a system, and he's got legislation to back it up, and it's all written out. It's ready to go, and it's just a state-based currency. Now, it's bonded by the people, though. So what's a bond, really? It's just a promise to pay somebody back, right? And in this case, we have a private central bank printing our money out of thin air and lending us our money at interest. Instead of the states, here's the idea, getting away from the federal government and just actually spending the money into circulation, not lending it into circulation at interest, right? And so the money, essentially mathematically, would snowball in effluence. It would be the reverse of inflation, because we would be in control of the actual currency, the printing of it, and it would be backed by us. So we would be the ones, oh, can I afford that? And you would actually be able to make that decision based off of your work ethic, instead of, is my bank account, how's my credit score, all this other crap that really doesn't matter, and allows people to bilk workers completely out of their back and their lives. And we're experiencing, yeah.
I also have a homestead as well as driving the truck. And I have my answer to that in the current system without having to fucking change anything, because I know I'm nobody. And
well, don't say that. That's not true. Because everybody, you can have one person change the whole world.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
You don't have any power. I don't have any power. Nobody's going to do anything because I say to.
Well, knowledge is the power.
And to get along in this type of system, you have to be debt free.
Yeah.
And I completely am. I like you was living in a tent for a while, and I was able to I got 2 acres of land free and homesteading in Kansas, and then I bought the 2 plots, one on either side of myself, at a pretty reduced rate, because they were in those areas looking for fucking taxpayers.
Right.
And
that's just, yeah.
Right. So I've got my land. I built a little shed dominium out there. Now I'm working as a driver to get to a point where I can build something a little more substantial. And I'm doing everything with cash. And there will be absolutely, one of the things about MGTOW is it's all set up to go prevent usury. And if you borrow money, you're buying into usury.
Yeah. The usury aspect of the system is that, once you start robbing everything from the very top, everybody at the bottom levels has to do the same thing and assimilate in that fashion. So we're all stuck basically fighting for breadcrumbs in all these crooked ways. And it is like this control. It's not about the money. It's about the control, right? I mean, they're controlling us through the money system.
Well, they might be controlling us through the money system, but they're doing that because we're greedy. Everybody wants something right now versus, if you want a car, you can get the car right now, but it'll take you 5 years to pay it off.
True.
Why don't you save for 5 years and then get a car? That's the way it should be done.
Well, that's the thing.
That's the way our great grandfathers did it.
Well, they had saving power in the dollar. They, the Bretton Woods after World War II, they had the global reserve currency status. We just lost that under Biden. We're in the worst time in America's modern history right now, as far as, having
fiscally, I would agree with you.
Yeah. And the poison alone in the food and the water and the air is warfare, guys. We're under attack. And like Thomas Jefferson said, when we have a central bank, that's worse than a standing army. This is what a standing army would do after they win and conquer. We're in that stage of our, civilization that we're just a caste system, y'all. Like, we were raised to think that work equals freedom. But really, that's what they put on the death camps. That's what they literally put on when you walked into the concentration camps. And you can argue whether or not whatever that happened and all this, but people did die in those camps. We don't know how many. But I'll leave that up for debate. But it's like they still had them. That the model still exists. And supposedly, if you watch that series, Hunting Hitler, they had death camps all throughout South America. Like, the Nazis never actually lost. Hunting Hitler was a big deal because the FBI director at the time, at the end of the show, said that Hitler is an open case. It's a cold case file because we don't know what happened to him. He didn't die in the bunker. And you have all this stuff about Antarctica. We still can't set foot in Antarctica. Colonel, yeah, go ahead.
What are you talking about, man?
Well, we've been conquered for a long ass time. Like, even
No, I'm talking about Antarctica.
Yeah, Antarctica is, as men, we're not allowed to go discover things down there. That these countries are all, vying for power down there and making it impossible for exploration. And there's supposed to be these giant discoveries down there.
I was in the Navy.
Yeah,
we've flown over the top of Antarctica. There ain't shit there. I'm serious.
Good. Well, that
personally, I've with my own eyes, I have looked at Antarctica, and it's a frozen wasteland.
Well, theoretically, they're saying that there's these all kinds of different hot springs and stuff like that under the ice, which would make
probably
it
is.
Yeah, which would make it possible for habitation.
There's mountains and stuff, so yeah, there's probably hot springs down there.
Yeah, and like there's supposedly pyramids. Now, I'm not sure about that. I've looked at the pictures of these mountains that appear to be giant pyramids. So I'm not gonna like totally nix it off of my like to-do list, like study that a little more. But there's been stuff like the Bosnian pyramid that's been discovered since like the late 2011 or something like that. Like they proved that thing's a freaking pyramid, but they added stuff onto it to make it a pyramid. It was just originally a mountain, but that the shape, if you study pyramid science, which is pretty like vast, it's not that vast, but the Russians did experiments with PVC pyramids where they didn't have any metal in them, and that made these situations where essentially, if you study the physics of it, you're taking the Earth's natural Schumann resonance, which is like 7.3 to 7.4 hertz, and that's always constantly rising out of the planet. In fact, astronauts, if you go into space without 7.4 to 7 hertz, then you're gonna go crazy. It's called space madness, because you have to have that Schumann resonance for your brain to function properly.
Resonance.
Schumann resonance.
What type of force are we talking about? Electric.
Hertz. It's just electric. It's just
hertz. Okay, so it's electric.
Yeah, and so a pyramid, when it's just sitting there. Now, what happens when you have a funnel and you pour water into it? It spirals into the bottom, and it creates a whirlpool effect. Now, if you have a pyramid facing up, it's a funnel for that energy from the earth, that earth energy, that Schumann resonance is constantly going up. And that pyramid creates sort of a funnel for that energy to spiral around. It's called a torsion field, or like torsion, spin, a spin current. And the Russians, they proved this weird effect that it had on plants in the surrounding area, and they called it the Lazarus effect. And it would make the plants, there's these lilies, and they would reverse evolve. So they would actually start growing thorns. That was bred out of them for centuries. But the Lazarus effect, and a lot of other plants had the same thing where they would go back to their original state before they were bred by humans or whatever. It's pretty neat stuff, and it gets into like other stuff too, where if you meditate in that field and you sit there, and this is supposedly why they had, the Great Pyramid had that area where you would lay down in the king's chamber. You would lay down in that giant sarcophagus, and you would supposedly Napoleon did this, and when he went in there, he actually had this like out of body experience, and it freaked him out, and he talked all about it. Like, you can look that up when Napoleon talks about going into the Great Pyramid and his experience, and it's pretty compelling. Like why don't we experiment more with pyramids is all I'm saying. And I think that as us being men, we're supposed to be inventors. And when we're not with women, I've noticed this. It's like you start really, you become more intelligent. Your IQ does go up. There's like a whole South Park about that. Like that our true potential as men, as inventors, is being stifled by dating and marriage and all this other stuff. Like Nikola Tesla.
We call that dick thinking.
Yeah, no shit. Like we're the shit, man. We are the bastion of freedom. It's all in our soul, in our body. It's waiting to come out here. We're all waiting for this big sort of technological boom, a renaissance, right? I mean, there's all this talk about a renaissance under the seams of the scientific community where they have to cover all this stuff up. And they have to make it so we don't study supersymmetry, for example. And
what is superchemistry?
Supersymmetry, like they in CERN. So CERN.
Oh, supersymmetry.
Yeah, CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, they are obsessed with supersymmetry, but they keep telling us that it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. We haven't found it yet, and but they have found it. It's a lie. CERN is full of Satanists. Just, to let everybody know, they got caught doing rituals out in front of their building with like black hoods and robes.
They have a fucking statue of Baal.
Yeah, Shiva.
And they also have Shiva.
Yeah, and the god of destruction and creation, which is their ultimate goal, is to be, what's more powerful than creation and destruction. It's the ultimate power. The mad scientists want total control over our lives. And we do live in a scientific-based dictatorship. And the science, like with supersymmetry, was discovered in 2013. They had these two scientists from Caltech named Nima Arkani Hamed and Yaroslav Trunka, and they hacked the Feynman diagrams of quantum physics. Now, they probably didn't have girlfriends, I would imagine, right? They literally found the unified field theory in all these different particle collision equations. That's what the Feynman diagrams are. So, like, Richard Feynman, he, looks at all these different particle collisions, and then all these different, how you see these dudes, these professors writing out these giant, huge equations on chalkboards? That's that's what it's from, is these particle collisions. And they're just trying to break them down into their finest, that's what supersymmetry is the breaking down and the underlying force behind all creation, essentially. God's face, essentially. And they found it, like I was saying, and it's called the amplituhedron. It's this big discovery. I can't even believe people don't know about it, because people once you figure this out, it's a holographic universe is what they're saying. That the further you zoom in to any point in the universe, you get the same exact point. So it's this holographic idea of there being a single point, and that's all there is. All is one, essentially. Kind of like how the Buddhists and the Hindus talked about in their day, and they actually had diagrams. They called them mandalas. There's a specific one called the Vajravarahi mandala that actually looks exactly like the amplituhedron discovery that we just discovered in 2013. Like, these ancients had an idea of this super math, this unified field theory, even way back then. And then you look at the Jewish flag or whatever, the Star of David, and that's another representation of this tetrahedral universe paradigm, right? This face of God that's been covered up by Satanists that run the world, that they don't want us to know our true potential, and that you could get the anti-gravity, the teleportation, all this stuff with these discoveries. It's a renaissance, and it's being covered up. And it's like, there's so much to get into, actually, like that, that people have been killed for trying to come and talk about these things. Meyer, he invented the water engine in Ohio, where I'm county, where I'm from, Franklin County. And Ohio State University copied his idea, and all it is electrochemistry 101, right? Like, you're looking at the Hoffman apparatus. The Hoffman apparatus uses electricity in order to separate the covalent bonding of water molecules. So you can have a hydrogen fuel cell and an oxygen fuel cell, like a hybrid engine, just running off of water. So it's literally a water engine. So like the Hoffman apparatus, like I was saying, is electrochemistry 101. Like, you're looking at how the positive, like the Hoffman apparatus is like two beakers set up with an electrical relay in the middle. And the two beakers on each side contain pure hydrogen, and the other one contains pure oxygen. So after you electrify the water and separate the covalent bonding, you're left with the fuel for your engine. But you do have to filter the water. That's the one thing. You'd have to get an onboard water filter in order to retrofit this onto your cars. So it's all there. Like, we have the future in our pocket. It's just, has anybody looked it up yet? Do we know that there's actually a renaissance going on, that we could actually break free of these giant oil cartels that the Rockefellers set up back in the day as basically hamster wheels? These cars are just hamster wheels nowadays.
Uh-huh.
There's no freedom at all anymore, because you have to depend on these giant gas prices now. And, now we even lost the global reserve currency status for the petrodollar. So there's no incentive to actually keep oil in our production at all. Like, we have to switch off of it. It's just, we haven't been given the right tools. We've been given a bunch of lies about it. And it does de-incentivize people, so that, you're left with the oil. It's all, you fight for it too. You find yourself fighting for it. Like I was like, we have to have oil, guys. Like, this whole carbon Nazi thing isn't going to work. You're just going to make people want to use oil that much more. And until you invent something that actually makes people want to move over and shift over, you're going to lose. And they're just spray painting. You see these stupid kids out there spray painting like Mona Lisa and all this crap. Like,
Yeah, they got Stonehenge last month.
Oh, I saw that. That was, oh my God, dude.
Fucking assholes.
They're assholes. And I think that's the oil cartels behind it, honestly, because all it does is make people pissed off at these people, man. It makes them look like kooks too. So I don't know. Like, nobody's rubbing two brain cells together at this point. Like, we got ourselves a problem. Let's fix it. We're men. We need to just step out of the office space that we're in right now, go into the garage, seriously, or something, because this ain't gonna work, guys. They're talking about self-driving cars and digital currency. The World Economic Forum, right? We're gonna eat the bugs. You will eat the bugs. I am Klaus Schwab. The World Economic Forum. They're not gonna let us. So
you'll own nothing and be happy.
Oh, you definitely won't own a water engine, and you definitely won't be happy, because you're not going to be free.
With straight up electrolysis, which is, been known since, before we had the internal combustion engine. You know,
Oh yeah, steam engine.
since you know
Yeah.
with electrolysis, which is when you apply electricity to an anode and a cathode and have the water between it, and the product
Yeah.
is oxygen and hydrogen. That's
The-
been known for a long time,
Mhm.
and the amount of energy you put into it can never be recovered using a heat engine. Like if you're going to burn something in an internal combustion, you rely on the heat that's generated when you recombine the oxygen and the hydrogen. Well, our engines aren't. The heat engines are not efficient enough to recover the all the energy that's released when the oxygen and the hydrogen come back together. So at most, you get about a 50% return,
Well,
energy
there's these
balance
tanks.
wise.
They
Now
have these.
that's I know
Well, you're
I've
right.
looked
Yeah.
into this too, and the water engine is bullshit.
Well,
Yeah,
Bob Lazar.
there's
Have
no
you
way it would work.
have you seen
You
Bob Lazar do
Yeah.
his Corvette that runs on the hydrogen, and he's got a particle accelerator in his backyard, and that's the only legal process to actually manufacture this special type of hydrogen that you would need to
What
line these tanks that hold the actual hydrogen. So watch this little mini documentary by Bob Lazar, and
I've looked at his stuff before,
have you? Okay.
and it's
He drove his
you know
Corvette.
it's a nice idea, and you can extend the range
Yeah.
of the vehicle that you're on, but it's not going to power you. All it is it's a band-aid.
Well, he proved that you can go cross country and back with just one fuel, like one fill up, but he's got these special tanks, like I was saying, that hold it, and that's the key. It's not just one. We got one part of the equation. Now we have to do that second part of the equation of how do you actually give it that extra oomph. And yeah, Bob Lazar discovered how to do that. It's all in that little video he did. I was blown away actually by it. Like it's revolutionary either way. The concept, it's ingenious. I just wish that we weren't stuck in this paradigm of having to have oligarchs and having to bow down to these scientists that don't have our interests at heart. They actually want to stifle technology and keep us in this current fossil fuels quote unquote paradigm, which like everyone knows it's not going to work for the long term. We're stuck, literally for 100-year-old technology still. So there's other stuff too. Like 0 Point Energy. Tesla supposedly had that car. All you do is turn the key, and it just kept running. And that's based off of how you coil the copper, how you wind the copper up. It creates these special magnetic fields. Now I couldn't get into all that, but there's specialists out there that research this all the time, and they show you like this stuff's possible. If we tinker enough, we can get out of this. Trust me. There's perpetual motion machines that I thought would be impossible that have turned out to be true. There's been lots of stuff like that. The whole thing that got me really was quasi crystals. That it's this battery that lasts forever. Try it a little bit, you just melt down aluminum and manganese into this molten state, and you get liquid nitrogen, and you hit the molten metal that with the liquid nitrogen, and these little pieces of metal pop out, and they're called quasi crystals, and they actually hold a charge that lasts forever because what they're looking at is a new paradigm of crystallography. Like you literally have to rewrite the books of particle physics. And crystallography is just the simple stacking of atoms, like how a snowflake, how you get a snowflake. It's crystallography, the stacking of atoms. That's why they stack differently every time into these ornate, cool designs and patterns. But that they're all similar because of the tetrahedral nature of the water molecules and the way they bond together. But crystallography with these quasi crystals, literally, like if you make skins and stuff for craft, let's say, you have different engineers that have been developing torsion field generating craft for a long ass time, just stuff that uses torsion fields in its basic concept for the locomotion. And this can create anti-gravity effects. And there's this guy, John Hutchinson from Canada, from Vancouver, and he was tinkering with stuff. He had a big laboratory. He got the news people come in to his little apartment that he had filled with Navy surplus gear, and would levitate objects. Now he was zapping it with electricity, and he could levitate sponges, stuff that's not even metal, would just start floating like tinfoil, uncurling right in front of you, and then just hitting the ceiling, because you're canceling out some of those atoms. The big paradigm shift is understanding that, there's this guy, Dewey B. Larson, and back in the 70s, he was talking about three-dimensional time, that time has to be three-dimensional in order for these different, particle physics equations to work out. And now we know about quasi-crystals. So that totally proves what Dewey B. Larson was saying, because when you look at the quasi-crystal, some of the atoms are partly in and partly out of our known reality. That there's this other side, quote unquote, that Tesla called the 0 point. And what it is time space. What they discovered, it's mathematical. If you go to reciprocal systems, fieldtheory.com or something, reciprocalsystems.com, Dewey B. Larson has a bunch of audio from the 70s, like at his lectures and stuff, into the 80s and 90s, talking about this paradigm shift of you have to have 3D time. You can't just have one-dimensional time, especially when things are disappearing in the laboratory. Like you have microcluster iridium, for example, and microclusters are the 5th stage of matter. So you have liquid, solid, gas, plasma, and then microclusters. And microclusters can phase shift very easily. Like the microcluster iridium, if you hit it with 850 degrees, just heat radiation, it disappears from physical observation in the lab. It's gone. And then you hit that.
If we were to like heat up iridium Kush to 850 degrees, he'd just disappear.
Yeah, iridium, it has to be microcluster iridium. So it's not like because iridium's hard to get. It's usually from asteroids that impact the ground and they find the stuff. It's not actually that readily available on the Earth's crust.
It's usually it's found with platinum ore.
Yeah, that too. Well, you can't really. It's hard to get. Let's just put it that way. It's very expensive. Yeah. So like all the laboratory tests that they do with it costs a lot of money. So, but
it's rare.
Yeah, but that there's this new paradigm of that stage of matter. And then beyond that is time crystals, that's the 6th stage of matter, but that's a whole other thing. But we're getting into like how you have this paradigm shift of understanding our, basic cosmos, how things work, how things like time and space interact with each other, dimensional outcomes, these kinds of things that mathematically they make sense and physically they happen in the lab. These things do disappear, and it does not make any sense just to throw your hands up in the air and go, this is non-Euclidean physics, and we're going to have to just go get hookers and get cigars, and that's it. We're going to have, it's called the quantum uncertainty principle. They're just like, we give up. And I'm like, nah, how about we actually dig into this a little more? I
thought the quantum uncertainty principle was stating whether, you're looking at something, you can either measure its position or you can measure its velocity, but you can't do both.
Right. That's because, like Einstein said, physics, it's like matter is like a wavicle. Like, you have particles that can turn into waves, and they can't be explained either way. They have to be explained at the same time. That they can that the big key of understanding all this is the light speed barrier. Like, how do you push an object past light speed? And then you understand that almost everything is at light speed. It just needs a little bit of a push. And that's what turns matter into a waveform. So you can use heat, you can use electricity like Tesla did. In fact, it's in the Greek myths about like Zeus and Cronus. What do you think that was all about? Like, where Zeus defeats Cronus with lightning, Cronus being time. And I think that was sort of like a story trying to explain time travel, these gods that are able to just do whatever they want and seemingly just disappear and go wherever they want, do whatever they want. I think that they were time travelers, honestly, from all my research. I think that that's the new paradigm shift. Understanding time is 3D, allocating a lot of different experiments and funding towards that idea, and actually having a space race again, actually like inventing things that would actually benefit us instead of, put us into this Black Mirror episode of controlled technology and sort of like planned obsolescence as the main feature. Like, we're stuck, man. We have to invent our way out. And I think the best road is these quantum physics guys, these gurus from their time, explaining away like why these UFOs and all this stuff that people are seeing don't make any sense in the modern paradigm of physics. So, like Space Force, all that, that's probably what they're doing. They've probably been doing all this stuff behind the scenes with time travel and all this stuff. And sort of, if you did have that, they would be gods. They would have total control over physical reality to a T. It'd be like being a painting on a wall. Like, me and you are just like paintings on a wall, and these people are like museum curators, or they're able to just censor or do whatever or cover it up or burn it, whatever they want to do. I mean, we're literally just paintings on a wall compared to these people. We're two-dimensional objects compared to these people. I think Trump had his uncle in his hands in the Tesla discoveries, all his papers. The Hotel New Yorker is a Tesla invention. They had Wardenclyffe before that. The Hotel New Yorker was actually a technology. They had a Tesla coil running through the whole building. He helped build it and design it, Tesla did, and he died in that building. And there was these pamphlets that they would hand out to people with they had this special thing where they had plastic. It was like that plastic where it looks ultraviolet when you look through it. It looks kind of blue. You know what I'm talking about? When you look through the plastic, it has kind of a purplish blue kind of hue to it when you look at it through the light. And they would
Depends on
cover
what type of plastic.
Yeah, that was this special plastic they had, and they would cover the whole room in the Hotel New Yorker, and supposedly that would clean the room. And that was the big thing. And then they had this button or this lever down in the basement with all the electrical panels. And it was this weird blue switch. And they would turn that on to clean all the rooms after they put the plastic down. I know this sounds weird, but it's true. Look it up, the Hotel New Yorker. And Tesla had these pigeons, remember, like on the roof? And that was because, people said, oh, Tesla's crazy and all this. But he was taking care of carrier pigeons. A lot of people thought that he was just crazy, and he was at the end stages of his life, he was demented. He had dementia, like Joe Biden or something, like wandering around. But he had all of his genius still. He was just keeping it secret. It was top secret stuff what he was doing. That he had to, because the alligator clips and wires of the time would be able to spy on all of his phone calls. in the hotel. It would have been very easy to do that because of the length of the wires and all that. So what did he do? He talked to the military with these carrier pigeons. And God only knows what these messages were about, what kind of physics, what equations he was doing. But supposedly he didn't finish his work. And just like Einstein, they, sort of covered up what his last discoveries were. Einstein was unified field theory. He kind of died trying to prove that. But what I'm saying is that it's been discovered. Like the unified field theory, look into the amplitude-hedron, and it's not this weird thing that you think it is. It's really just geometry and math. It's really the same thing. Like it's kind of like how time, I think, functions. You have to look at it geometrically. You can't just have.
Can you put links to all this stuff you're talking about?
Yeah, Dewey B. Larson.
No. Can you physically put the links to what you're talking about so that people can look it up? As your chat.
Hey, go to my YouTube, man. Like I have it.
No. I mean, right now.
Oh, I probably. I mean, as far as what I've been talking about, the easiest thing to do is go study quasi-crystals, and they have had Nobel prizes go out for these discoveries. It's sort of like, it's hard to explain because there's so many people involved in my research, all these different scientists that I compare all their notes together, and it does create this big picture. So it is these individual scientists. Yeah, I could link you guys to all those individual
or a link
scientists.
to your YouTube channel would be helpful too.
Well, it's just my name, ROCCO BIANCO. That's on YouTube. But yeah, like I talk about this stuff on there.
And I'm going to be driving for another 10 hours, man. I'm never going to remember that.
No, yeah, like they're gonna try to make it hard. Like I always get into. They want you to be at work all day. They want you to do all that stuff, so you don't have time to actually do these discoveries on your own. That's the whole point.
There's no they about my life.
Well, when I say that,
listen to me. I've chosen to work today. Nobody is forcing me at the point of a gun. I have a goal. I have a purpose in life, and I'm working towards that purpose. There are resources I have to accumulate to achieve the goals that I want, and that's what
Amen.
I'm doing.
Amen.
Yeah,
I hear you.
I'm not anybody's slave. I'm not.
Well, by definition, we're serfs. I'll admit it. I look in the mirror every day. I'm like, hey, serf, what's going on? How come you haven't fought the New World Order hard enough? And I stoke myself up. I use my current situation for fuel. Like I'm like, okay, I'm the worst slave ever. I'm gonna be that slave that freaking ends it all for these tyrants. I'm gonna be that guy. Because I'm like, I'm done, dude. I have a future here. I want to have kids. I want to have a family. I'm sort of a purple pill if you want to get back into MGTOW. The whole purple pill paradigm of you know what female nature is, but you still.
There is no purple pill. You're either red pill or you're blue pill.
Girls, I think that's the best advice I could give to people, younger dudes. You just go with the girl, go out, date them, but use the purple pill logic where their true female nature. It's just you're not going to totally go full MGTOW. You're gonna test the waters. You're gonna dip your toe and get it a little wet, if you know what I mean. But
you
feel
can
the temperature.
You can either be red pill or you can be blue pill. The purple pill isn't really.
It's real. That's what I do in Miami, man. I still go out, sometimes I get a little lucky, and then you tell them,
well, there's nothing
hey,
in MGTOW saying
twice.
there's nothing in MGTOW saying you can't have sex.
Right. But it's the whole black pill thing. It does get a little anti women, where it's like, oh man, like they actually hate women's guts. And it's like, dude, we gotta back away from all the hate and look at just how we've all been steeped.
There's no hatred in MGTOW.
No. I'm saying in some of the philosophies, like the black pill. MGTOW in itself is the only solution for men, because until we work on ourselves and perfect ourselves on our own, we're not going to be able to please anybody else until we've mastered our own domain. And
Black pill is just a fancy way of saying nihilism.
Yeah, they gave up. That's a simple way to say, hey, I give up. And they're throwing up a white flag. And I'm like, dude, don't let the government propaganda actually work. Like, you should be able to enjoy your time with a woman if you pick the right one. I mean, don't go looking for blue-haired, crazy, tattooed chicks and stuff. But, like, try to go look for an Amish girl somewhere. Try to go find a unicorn. It is possible to find happiness in love and women and homesteading and all that. It's possible.
It's very, very improbable.
At the same time,
all of them could fucking take you. The system is set up so that you're dependent on their goodwill.
Right.
It's not, it's a 3-party fucking contract nowadays, and you're the junior partner. And the only ones who really win are the government.
At the end of the day, it's Uncle Scam. That's who wins, is Uncle Scam, because we're literally, like I said, in an oligarchy. You can't really have a homestead until you get rid of the king, saying that you can't go hunt on his land. You can't eat one of his rabbits. It's like, dude, we're not going to be free until we get rid of the king and queens of the world. And, that actually means something. Like, there are royal families, and they do run the entire freaking world, and that's through finance. And it's the same system. It's Babylonian money changing magic. They call it the Babylonian money changing system. And it's the same one we've had for a long ass time, y'all. And, gold is one way to save your money, but creating a system is the only real way to break out of it. Like, one that's parallel to this one, where you can actually, like, move into it and be comfortable and have other people on your page. Like I was saying, with a state-based currency, the federal government can't step in. I mean, people weren't taught in school about the Anti-Federalist Papers. This is the original constitutional debate of, do we even want a federal government at all? And this is what these people were talking about 200 years ago, guys. We're still in the same spot that they were in 200 years ago. We still have kings and queens in charge of our money system to this day. And that's all the 1800s were all about. The booms and busts of the banks. And, Andrew Jackson going after United States Bank, or the Bank of America. Or no, it's the United States Bank is what they called it. And just how that history is still living in living color right in front of us. And that the final stage was always global government. And we see the Bretton Woods thing go away. Our borders get erased slowly but surely. And we're stepping into that digital paradigm of the end of money and this track trace database system that goes along with it. And how we have to sort of say no. And that's the real true power we have. Like, during COVID, that was the real power. Just saying no. And we found a lot of traction just by saying, fuck you, no. I don't see why we don't do that more with the money system, with the technology systems that we have. We should just be saying no to most of the stuff put in front of us on the silver platter of, globalism, deindustrialization, the fourth industrial revolution that Klaus Schwab called it, where, and they have these robots set up, dude. They have you seen these Boston Dynamics robots? And they're just like picking weeds. And I mean, have you seen those?
Yeah, I've seen the Boston Dynamics robots.
They look like some Terminator shit. It looks sci-fi, but it's real. And it does. It freaks me out a little bit But I always think in the back of my mind, you know, there's always EMPs. You know, there's always stuff that we could actually save ourselves from something like that. But dude, I mean, we're at that point, guys. Like they're gonna hit that button. They could have a crisis around the corner, a black swan event. You know, they actually had a study that the IMF did this think tank called the Green Swan, and they talked about how any crisis that happens, they're going to come out with a green solution to fix it. So like if a disaster happens, like Ukraine, or like let's just use Ukraine, they're going to rebuild Ukraine, and it's all going to be green. That's what they have. The European Bank of the EBRD, the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, and that one, I did a little report on that one, and like that one is creepy because everything they do from now on, you know, is green, anti-carbon, carbon taxes, which is part of this digital currency. Like you're you know, they have smart toilets set up too, and based off of, oh, are you eating the wrong thing or meat, sir? Flush. And if you eat meat, if that's found in your stool, guess what? You're going to have to pay some carbon taxes, a little extra to, you know, Al Gore. He had a company called Blood and Gore, where that was his carbon tax company. Literally called it Blood and Gore. Is this other guy with the last name Blood? I wonder why he teamed up with that guy. But that they want to literally sink their vampire teeth into the neck of America and extract carbon taxes out of us on top of all the inflation, on top of all this nonsense, you know, going to war with Ukraine, literally like World War III shit. And they're like, oh, we're just gonna tax you a little more. We're gonna actually Neuralink's making big waves right now. Like that's the future human is transhumanism. You're not human anymore. They're going to end human activity. Like literally they're saying the fourth industrial revolution is the beginning of the end of humanity, where we're going to transition, like the whole trans movement, all this. This lady guy, Martine Rothblatt, is this person that wrote a book called Unzipped, about genetics and all this stuff, and how in the future we'll have like CRISPR technology, and they're going to have these like superhumans coming out of laboratories, and the future human isn't human. So either way you look, they're either going to roboticize us or they're going to genetically soup us up, you know, and that does get into gene therapy too. Like that's why COVID happened the way it did. They had the plans after 9/11 with the anthrax attacks to actually have the same sort of thing that happened during COVID, but they had to let it go because journalists proved that the anthrax was coming from military laboratories that were from America, that it was military grade anthrax. So they had to stop the dark winter exercise.
Well, it didn't come from the military laboratories. It came from the CDC, actually.
Okay. Well, it's, you know, military laboratories, because they do, like my dad worked at Fort Detrick. He was Green Beret, Special Forces, all that. He was the guy that taught people how to wear the hazmat suits. And like, yeah, like he said, there's shit in these military facilities that could melt your guts out and make you poop out all your insides, basically, is what he said. Like that our military does facilitate these viruses in their facilities, and some of them aren't even, they have like sliding glass doors and like cards to get in. It's not even underground, which is, it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have all that stuff underground in case it escapes. And you know, you look at what Fauci and all these guys did. They literally, this is what I understand anyway, is that they had this wet market next to the lab, and after they were done testing the animals, they would just sell the meat at the wet market and make extra money. But you know, it's like I don't think that humans on this planet were destined for the stars, man. With all the evil and corruption going on, it's like this force is at all costs trying to stop our development, and curse us, and the bane of our existence. And they're really stifling our foothold, even just here on pretty soon, is what I'm saying. If World War III and all this stuff does happen the way that they want it to, where they would suspend elections and have nukes and all this stuff, then that's a species ender, and that would get into what Martine Rothblatt and all these other people that are transhumanists are talking about, the end of humans. That they would have to probably do grow people in order to have a normal situation, like breeding and all this. The genetic modification of our food, in the rat trials and mouse trials, all these different trials they would do to test the GMO food, the rats would grow giant, huge tumors, and if they survived and were able to breed, they would actually stop breeding after 3 generations, no matter what. That it's literally a sterilization mechanism that we've been handed, that we've been eating for the last 2 decades, since 1992, when Bill Clinton allowed genetically modified food on the shelves with the Flavor Saver tomato. And that, like, Monsanto got bought up by Bayer. Dude, recently they had stuff on the books, inventions like corn that could grow Prozac. And we're literally like in Buck Rogers land, is what I'm saying. That they've scientifically stifled all the good stuff and kept all the bad stuff. That's like my main point, I guess. And until we have a renaissance, I don't see us ever getting out of this. It's technology that will actually set us free, because technology is being used to keep us down. It's a double-edged sword. Technology could set us free, but it could also enslave us. Like, it is the ultimate expression of tyranny to foist these different planned obsolescence type technologies right in front of us, and that's all we have. And then scientists that think outside the box and invent their way outside of the box are either ridiculed or murdered. That's literally what they did to the guy that invented the water engine. Like I was saying, his name was Steve Meyer. People need to look that up. But yeah, like I guess I got to disagree with you when it comes to water engines. Like the way that they were saying it could be worked on. Yeah, good.
How do you recover? The thing with the water engine is the recovering of the energy after you've split your fucking water molecule apart. How do you recover that energy?
It's the hydrogen itself that has the power, and the oxygen. It would have to be a hybrid, so the oxygen would also have to be utilized. So it's a high. It's
but how do you recover the energy?
It's a hybrid engine. What would recover all the energy, because the oxygen and the hydrogen are left over as your main fuel source.
What type of hybrid engine?
It would be an oxygen. It would be a hydrogen oxygen hybrid, because that's what you get from water. That's the main ingredients, and that's all you would need.
Okay, so are you talking about burning? How do you combine the oxygen and the hydrogen back together to recover the energy?
No. You don't need to recover water. We have so much water on the planet.
No, I'm not talking about recovering the water. I'm talking about recovering the energy.
Energy,
when you burn it, you get heat energy. Okay?
Yeah, the oxygen and the hydrogen fuel cells are well known. That hydrogen fuel cells work very well.
Hydrogen fuel cells do work well, but they're not 100% efficiency. There's a thermal loss in a hydrogen fuel cell.
Right. There is a loss,
that loss means that you don't get as much out as you put in.
Well, here's the thing. Why would we only have one energy source? You know, you have inventions like tires that create the friction on the ground, and that you could. Well, I'm talking about hybrids. You know, a hybrid would be several different fuel sources in one vehicle. Hybrid is the only way. You can't just have one or the other. So that would be the answer, is you'd have not just hydrogen, oxygen, or all these, you'd have them all together in one. So that's really the answer. It's you don't just use the hydrogen, you also use the oxygen.
What other type of fuel sources are you talking about?
In Japan,
saying hybrid. That's so broad.
No, hybrid meaning hybrid meaning hydrogen and oxygen engine. That would be the hybrid engine.
Okay.
So it because water. Well, the water has the oxygen and the hydrogen right there, and that's it. But what I'm saying also is you could also have a third wheel. You could also have literally being the wheels themselves powering a battery, because when your wheels are hitting the ground, it's creating so much friction. You can charge all kinds of onboard batteries with just that potential energy. You're losing. Why aren't people utilizing that friction?
Well, the friction is used to keep you on the road.
Well, it could also, if you put it in the axle, you know, if you had a mechanism in the axle, you could actually charge some other onboard battery or batteries. So you have the friction on the ground. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. We have the technology, you know.
That's called reactive braking when you use that.
Yeah, okay. I'm learning stuff too, man. Honestly, I don't have all the answers. I'm just saying, like, we need to do these kinds of talks with each other, come out with the best stuff we've found, try to test it, and let's do this, man. We need to and not be afraid. Let's have some people backing us up with guns while we're inventing these things so that no one kills us. How about that? How about people that are scientists out there need people to protect them too? You know, there's not a lot of networks out there that are, you know, you have corporations and stuff like that, but they have a vested interest in not releasing their technology because then somebody else would copy it. In order to really do this and like get the technology out there, we would have to not profit from it. We would have to basically put it out there for free. And I've looked into that aspect of it too. You got all these problems with grants and the money too. Like they're just not going to get funding. You'd have to crowdsource money and have these things shown in different demos. Because, you know, you got the AI thing right now. You could fake a free energy device very easily just using the AI generated sort of deep fake technology.
I've looked into a lot of this stuff, and every perpetual motion machine I've ever seen are all fake. Every free energy machine I've ever seen has been fake.
Have you seen them in person?
They have in the Smithsonian Institute. They have a display because when you patent these perpetual motion machine, it's one of the patents that you actually have to submit a working prototype to the patent office.
Right.
And the patent office has kept all of these throughout the years, and they are on display, and you can see how they work. And then they also, you know, if you look at them, you can see that it'll probably spin around for a long time, but it's not going to be forever, because we live in a real world where friction does exist.
Right, but like I was saying, with the quasi crystals, it reinvents, you know, our current paradigm. We have to relook at. Sorry about the plane going over. I'm near the airport. Hold on a second. These quasi crystals actually do hold a charge, and it does last forever because of the way the atoms are stacking. And it's literally, like I said, you have to rewrite all these books of physics. It's an old paradigm of you know, thinking, where you can't just grab this 0 point energy, even though you can. They're saying you can't. They don't even get into these different stages of matter that have all been discovered recently. Like, this is the Smithsonian. I wouldn't trust anyway. I've researched the Smithsonian a lot when it comes to different discoveries of bones. Now, I have a friend in Ohio. I'm not going to name names or anything like that because I want to keep his identity secret here and protected. So, but let's just say that I know people in Ohio where when they were building the highway system down to southern Ohio through into Virginia, in West Virginia, I mean, and across the Ohio River, they actually have these huge mounds that they would go through, that they would have to build the highway through, these burial mounds. And they would find these giant, huge skeletons in there and try to bring the bones to the Smithsonian. And they never let them do it. This guy's got a house full of these bones. And, I haven't seen it. I'll be honest. But he was so excited about it. And he said he had VHS tapes of it, of the excavation, of them finding all of this stuff, having all these different, bones and stuff that literally, like the femur alone, one femur is the length, it goes up to your hip. And I'm 6'6". And that's huge. Like, this guy was like, these bones go up to here. And I was like, that's up to my waist, dude. He's seen them. And, that supposedly the Smithsonian has been caught throwing archaeological remains in the ocean, for example, these giant bones. There's been newspaper articles about that and microfiche research that I've done. I've found stuff like that where you're like, okay, what is going on in the Grand Canyon? They have found like really weird Egyptian and Tibetan style remains and tombs in the Grand Canyon. That's a big discovery that's been going on recently. But it's little stuff like that makes me really question the Smithsonian, like, and they're being connected to Freemasonry. Let's just say it. I'll put it out there. Like, why is it that whenever you look at the evil in the world and you turn a corner and there's a cover up of some kind or some kind of, satanic ritual or something, it's always Freemasons. Why is that? Like, why? I think that they're part of these.
Where's your? If you could drop a link, we have guys in here that will look this stuff up, because we've got a Freemason chat right now. If you want to talk to him about Freemasonry.
Yeah,
hey,
like
Greg,
Freemasonry.
Come on, buddy.
Freemasonry's run by the Order of the Garter, which is 360 degrees of Freemasonry, dude, at the very top. And I'm the guy that posted the Ring of Power documentaries on my YouTube. I think that's like the main reason. Well, that and optogenetics. I posted a lot of stuff about the gene therapy and optogenetics. Optogenetics would blow your mind. It actually is the newest form of mind control, where they use gene therapy to take these genes from these algae plants, and they're called channel rhodopsin genes from these specific type of algae, where they open and close based off of if light is hitting them, and they were able to retrofit these genes and these actual physical algae. It looks like basically like a little suction cup that opens up and closes, right? And they're able to actually physically put that on your brain through gene therapy and make it so. Now, this is what they did to the mice. They inject them with the gene therapy, and then they put these things on in their skull. It's like a little cable, and it has basically a light filament. And they're able to control the mouse's brain with light because they've given it this channel rhodopsin gene that makes the channel rhodopsin open and close on their actual neural synapse, the point where they have the actual area in the brain physically where you have neural synapses. They actually are able to genetically modify something in real time in one generation. That single organism now becomes a different organism in just with one shot. It's through the mutagenic function. So that's what all these people were arguing. Oh, it doesn't genetically modify you and all this stuff if you take gene therapy. That's bullshit. It does. It does exactly that. Why else would they call it gene therapy? They're literally changing your
That's
genetics.
their name.
So these are mad scientists. They have control over our physics laboratories and all this stuff. They're out there doing these things, controlling these mice, saying that they want to. And I have the video. If you go to my live, the latest videos I did about optogenetics, I show the World Economic Forum lady bragging about using optogenetic sort of gene therapy to increase their IQ 20 points or more. And that this is what they're doing behind the scenes. They're souping themselves up with the good gene therapies, and they're giving us all the horse shit, crappy gene therapies so that it tampers with our genetics. And in fact, I think that they have been using Trojan horse style gene therapy where they're able to use these optogenetic type things, or probably worse, maybe stuff that I haven't even researched yet, like stuff where, who knows what they could do with genes. They could pretty much do anything. If this gene therapy, the way that they made this mouse tortured, like the way that they tortured this mouse, guys, they could make it hungrier than it's ever been, even though it just ate. They could make it feel like it was hungry, even though it just ate a bunch of food, because they flip a switch. They can make it go to sleep. They can turn its brain off 100%, guys. They can turn it on in different areas where it wasn't normally active. You see where I'm going? It's full mind control. The optogenetics is the biggest discovery in the last probably decade. And I blew it out of the water on my YouTube. I think that's why they froze my channel, honestly. But when it comes to Freemasons, like, they have those are the guys that sit in these like little clubs and they think that they're on the in team, that they're actually winners, when they're actually the ones being used the most to fulfill these globalist sort of traitorous agendas. And like George Washington even wrote letters that are in the Library of Congress talking about the Illuminati, talking about how they've taken over Freemasonry completely, and that at the highest levels, they're basically worshiping, like you mentioned, Baal earlier, Baal Zebub, Lord of the Flies. Is this guy that was able to literally had technology that they said were little stinging bugs that would attack people in swarms, and that he had this staff that could.
Well, Lord of the Flies was a book about some schoolboys that got trapped on an island.
Well, Zebub,
barbarism.
Zebub translates to Lord of the Flies. The Flies, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to come back to you on that exact fact, but I'm pretty sure that Baal was his name, and Zebub, Baal Zebub, that it's basically the devil.
Yeah,
it's this guy. Yeah, like we can all agree on that. That it was literally this.
But I know a Freemason. We got one in the chat right now, and he's not a Satanist.
Hopefully not.
He's a fine Christian man, and his lodge, they do charity work and all kinds of.
So don't philanthropists like David Rockefeller. He did a lot of Bill Gates. He gives a lot of money to these different agendas around the world, like vaccinating third world people, giving them like I think it was Ebola vaccines, and then all of a sudden Ebola just pops vaccine Ebola?
Bill Gates is into malaria, but
No, he did. They did an Ebola vaccine too.
there's no vaccine for Ebola. It's a virus.
Well, this
Just
is
like-
what. No, they like look it up. This is for real. They actually had an Ebola vaccine that it's literally an experiment on people
My
in
friend,
Africa.
I
Yeah.
had a business in Sierra Leone that one time. I have been there. There is no Ebola vaccine. It's, I know people that have lost people to it. There's no, Ebola is a hemorrhagic fever, and it is not something anybody wants to catch. The main reason it was killing people was because they weren't fucking taking care of themselves properly when they caught it.
Right. I can
know.
agree there, where it's like, anybody that dies from any of these viruses is pretty malnourished. Like, we have all the mechanisms in our physical form to defeat pretty much any virus or bacteria.
And when you catch Ebola, if you want to live, you've got to continuously be kept clean, and you've got to be hydrated.
Yeah, maybe I got it mixed up. Maybe I'm thinking of malaria, but I remember something about how the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was either trying to help triage Ebola, and they messed it up really bad. And I do remember the malaria one, though, too, where, that people were becoming sterilized in Africa after they would go to the tents and get their vaccines, and that they would run away from the hospitals and or the Red Cross and stuff like that if they ever saw them.
that was Ebola that they were fucking around with people fucking. They got quarantined, but then they would just put them in there, and they weren't really taking care of them.
That's what it was.
And
Okay.
there were just fucking dead bodies laying around all over the place. People fucking laying in their own fucking blood and feces because they were too weak to fucking move. It was a complete travesty.
I remember that spread to America during Obama, where I remember the reports and the video.
Well, there
actually.
were a couple of cases where people got it, but nobody, only one guy that came to America died from it.
Right.
And then once they figured out how to treat it here, nobody really dies from it anymore.
Well, point being that, you can't always trust philanthropists, even though they do good things once in a while. You really ought to question, like the Shriners or whatever Freemason organization is giving money to like hospitals and having these commercials with these little kids that, obviously need help.
Giving free medical treatment to poor children is just such a horrible thing.
No. I'm just saying that could be a tool for the devil that he could use to trick people into thinking he's all good. He's just helping the kids. I don't believe any Freemason anymore, man. After all this stuff.
Actually, what I go on is I don't believe anything.
Right.
Until I see proof of it.
True.
People can say one thing and another thing, and all kinds of people have different beliefs. But until I see proof of it, I'm just going to go, okay. But I don't know anything to disprove a lot of this stuff either, so I can't argue with it one way or another.
Well, but yeah.
Like the whole thing with giants, fucking where's the bones? I don't see,
right. That's what I'm saying.
I've never fucking seen any of them.
Well, that's my whole point, is that it's being covered up by these organizations that are connected to the royal families, like Freemasonry.
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah, there's pictures of the Queen of England with the giant skeleton and a gray alien skeleton that really, I don't know if it's fake, but there are photos. And, I have the stories from my friends.
I haven't seen them.
I'm from Ohio, like where these guys literally excavated these mounds, found the bones. I have no reason to disbelieve those guys.
Yeah.
And they invited me down to these caves, and I never went because COVID happened. I was going to go film all this stuff. I was going to get the VHS that he said he filmed of the giant skeletons and all that. I was going to post it on my YouTube. and all that. I had it already, and I might still be able to do it. I still might be. All I have to do is make a couple phone calls, and I think I could get that VHS digitally remastered, put into a CD, DVD, and then upload it. It's still possible. I can prove it. I can. I can. I'm telling you right now, I can prove it. It's just going to take me a while. But if I believe these people, oh no, yeah, this is something I've been doing my whole life, man. I've been digging up these bones all my life. I feel like I'm a redhead, so I have weird connection to trying to discover these things because a lot of these giant skeletons have red hair. And they, like Akhenaten and Nefertiti, they were from Egypt. The Egyptologists talk about them, and they show the Dolomite cast stones carved of their their likeness. Nefertiti had a giant, huge skull, man. It's not human. And Akhenaten did too, and their kid Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun, I think, lost his headdress on his chariot. So the story goes, he was killed on his chariot. And I think they saw his giant skull, the slaves, and they killed him. I'm pretty sure. Like, they even show this documentary about Tutankhamun, and they just never talk about his giant, huge, weird skull. Even though that's where that his death injury is like right on his weird part of his huge skull.
I went and saw the King Tut exhibit, and they had done a CAT scan on him.
Mm-hmm.
And what they found was that he had a compound fracture in his leg and died of sepsis because his body was mummified, right?
Yeah.
And the evidence of him dying of an infection from his leg is what killed him.
Maybe that's what it was, that he was pushed off of his chair. Something with his chair.
I don't know
his headdress flying off. Yeah, something like that.
I don't know how he died. I don't know if he was pushed or anything like that, but he broke his leg.
It was something like that, where I think he was murdered because of the way he looked, because he didn't look human, and that his tomb actually has Akhenaten and Nefertiti's remains. They're hidden inside of Tutankhamun's tomb. That's the biggest discovery recently, that they actually found the cracks in the wall that lead to these other chambers where Akhenaten and Nefertiti must be buried with their son. He died first, so it would make sense that they're buried in his walls. So, but that if we do go,
I've never
we need to go pull up those bones. Yeah, no. They even did different scans of the wall and show that it's hollow. It's like, come on, just break the wall down, guys. I know there's a lot of really cool art on it and all that. Just break it. Let's look inside of there, and let's show the world an extraterrestrial species for the first time. Because they dude, they don't look human at all. They have, like, it looks like Marfan syndrome, the way their body is shaped. They have these weird pot bellies, short little legs, long ass ET arms. Fuck, dude. And the giant, huge skulls that contain probably like a 300, 400 IQ. And they were the first people that had monotheism as a religion, sort of like, they turned all their weird Egyptian religions up on its head when they were like, it's all just one God. And that also matches up with all the scientific discoveries of now too, of, like I was saying, the amplituhedron, like all is one, everything is as above, so below, like a lot of Freemasons actually talk about in their talks and stuff. They actually have a lot of secrets, like the 33rd degree symbolizes the 33 vertebrae in our back, in our spine, and those different levels are graduating up to this ritual of enlightenment, of awakening what is called the pineal gland, or in medical books they call it the epiphysis gland, or epiphany, like it's the I'm trying to remember the actual gland's name. Anyway, it's the pineal gland is there. It actually is a pea-sized little gland that it's hollow. It's filled with half water if you're healthy. And it has these little floaty colloids in it called pinealocytes. And those are piezochromatic or piezoelectric and piezo-luminescent. So when they're vibrated, even very, very small vibrations will actually release light. Photons will be emitted from these crystals. Now, the pineal gland's set in the very dead center of your brain. Like I was saying, if you're unhealthy, it's going to be calcified. So that's why they're putting all this fluoride and all this nonsense, these bad halogens in the water, so it calcifies that gland and makes it almost impossible for you to actually dream, do out of body work, stuff like that, and have a connection to your soul and see visual images. Even just like you can imagine, they call it the mind's eye for a reason, because when you visualize any pictures or any video stream or any, like, if you can visualize like Darth Vader battling himself if you wanted to in your mind. And that's because these little tiny crystals are vibrating and releasing light at a specific ratio that allows a visual image to appear in the visual cortex. Now, how is that? Because you have from the pineal gland a phototransduction cascade. And that's a connection from the pineal gland to the visual cortex of the brain. And that phototransduction cascade, all it does is send light to the visual cortex. Now, the question is what produces the vibrations necessary to create that perfect image in your mind? And I would argue it's your soul, essentially. That there's a part of you that exists outside of your body that is feeding this information, and your pineal gland is like a relay, and you're actually like an antenna, essentially, for light, for photons. And that's basically what they're saying, how DNA functions, that DNA stores light. That's DNA's main function. And it's about 10,000 photons per DNA molecule when they actually did the tests and looked at it with photon detection. And plants actually store more photons in their DNA than humans do, or animals in general. They actually store like 100,000 photons per DNA molecule, something like that, which is extraordinary. Like, that you're actually made out of light. You're a light being. You know, all this stuff with, the Freemasons, they get into all this stuff, with the 33rd degree. What's at the tippy top of your spine, at the 33rd level of your spine, the 33rd vertebrae, is the pineal gland. It's right there. And you know how I was talking about the Schumann resonance, that they talk about meditating and putting your butt on the ground, getting that Schumann resonance up your spine and doing these rituals, like meditating with that knowledge, turning yourself sort of into like a pyramid with that lotus position, the way you're sitting. If you're straight back and that Schumann resonance is traveling up your spine the right way, you're going to have an experience, guaranteed. Especially, like, I had one in 2008. Like, dude, I was a total atheist, right? And I had this quartz crystal that I got from a lady that I lived with for a while, who was helping me get on my feet and all that. And she was actually like really weird and all that. She was like into Wicca. And I'm not like into Wicca or anything like that now. But when I was, an atheist, I was like, what is this? So, okay, I'm going to try to, see what this is. Because I felt this energy on my forehead where that third eye is. And I was like, there's something weird in this house that is like making my forehead feel this weird way. Like if you close your eyes and put your finger up next to your forehead where your third eye supposedly is, which it is, there's a gland there in the center of your brain. But if you put your finger right where that is, sort of like center of your skull, you can feel your finger when it's not even touching your forehead. You can feel it wiggling around. There's this sensation right where your third eye is, and I was dabbling with that sensation with the crystal instead of just my finger, and bringing the crystal up to my forehead and then meditating with it. And I had this experience in 2008 where I had this ball of light literally come into my room and changed my life. It was a rainbow-tailed, weird-ass blue orb. And the Buddhists talk about the rainbow body. The Hindus, the Buddha, well, it's Buddhist. They're studying Falun Gong in the Himalayas, and in these monasteries, they have these Christmas ornaments that they hang on the ceiling for every time they see one of these balls of light with the rainbow tail. And the whole ceiling's covered in Christmas ornaments because they're able to get down to the nitty-gritty of what is meditation, and they've perfected it scientifically. I could argue that you're going to have this experience pretty much almost every time when you really, really try. And that this is what I saw, man. It went through my window like a ghost. This is what when I first saw it, I thought it was a ghost. And it traveled. It had these four tails, red, blue, green, and yellow, that looked like strings hanging off of a beach ball. This thing was about a beach ball size orb. And it was purplish blue, the orb itself, but then these tails were blue, green, yellow. It was blue, green, yellow, and orange, I'm pretty sure. And it literally went right the rainbow part went through my head, like it went through the window, went around my room, went over to my shelf where I had my CDs, and just hovered there for a while, and then went right out the exact same window pane that it came in at, showing that it wasn't like some kind of ball lightning, that it was intelligent, because it went exactly out at the same place it entered. And I had this feeling, that it was familiar. And then I researched it more and more and more, and it just kept building and building on this research where these people talk about it being you, that's your soul. And that's called finding yourself. Like these people, they all talk about like finding themselves and going on these missions and all this stuff to find themselves. And that's very Freemasonic. That's because they're trying to reach that apex of evolution that our true form is, this light energy that fills our DNA up with photons. First of all, that gives us the ability to actually function and have, it's literally like the air in our lungs is the best analogy. Like your DNA, a lot of scientists actually think that the photons themselves are building the DNA structure around them, that the photons are the intelligence behind DNA. And this would actually make sense. Like this would answer the question, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
The rooster.
Because, wow, yeah, like it's a frequency. A rooster. No, it's literally like you can have like that Lazarus effect I was talking about. Like that plant that went back and reverted back to a plant that had thorns. I'm pretty sure it was a tulip. And it like goes back to its original form. What's that? That's showing that there's this field that exists that always has that plant in that form. That's what the chicken really is when you break it down in its true essence, is light. And that the light is intelligent enough to actually gather the proper matter and construct it around itself to create the actual being, the actual creature. That's the main theory now. That because the old evolution theory doesn't make any sense. Darwinists also use that form of evolution to dominate human beings. They call it social Darwinism. Whoever writes the history wins, or what was it? The golden rule. If you have the goal, you have the gold, you write the rules. That's pretty much
Yeah,
it.
he with the gold makes the rules.
So like, you're literally in this universe where we have pretty much figured out what we are as a species. I think a lot of these ancient cultures have, kind of broken it down into its truest form. Like, we're light beings. These people that are meditating like for 20 years on end, they supposedly turn into these little dolls. And this is what freaks me out. Like, these people have been able to actually, as you're alive and breathing, die. They're actually able to kill themselves in a way that spiritually sets their spirit out of their body, and they call it ascension. And supposedly that's what Jesus was able to do. That he was using Falun Gong.
I'm sorry, no, that's not correct.
Okay, how dare I?
Jesus was the Son of God, and he died for our sin.
Did he walk on water?
Yes.
Okay, so he was able to make his molecules go past the light speed barrier enough.
It was a
where he
miracle, and I'm not going to try and explain, because you either have faith in God or you don't.
Well, Matthew 6:22 says, "Let ye I be single, for your whole body to be full of light." And I think that's kind of what I was doing when I was meditating. I was using words from Jesus. I was raised in Catholic school,
Right.
so I would never really, bash Jesus, man. Like, I'm literally trying to think outside of the box, because they did censor the Book of Enoch, and like, it doesn't even talk about Satan when you read it. It talks about Azazel as being the main culprit of the hierarchy of angels that were actually rebelling against God and came down and fornicated with our women to create the giants, which, I talked about earlier. It's like there's lots of evidence of that being true. And it's not just that part of the Bible, but there's other parts of the Bible, like the Old Testament parts talking about Noah and the flood, that match up with the Book of Enoch. In fact, Noah's mentioned in the Book of Enoch. But yeah, like I take the Bible with a grain of salt, just because of the research I've done, and the movie I posted, the documentary. It's called The Ring of Power, and it talks about the possibility. Now, this is what the royal families say. This is not what I say, okay? So don't put this on me. That they say that Jesus is their ancestor, that he had kids, that he didn't die on the cross and all this because he was a wealthy individual. He was royalty. Now, when I say that, now hear me out here. This is complicated. It's a little complex. Now, you have all these archaeologists coming out and talking about these statues that they find in the Nile that are of Little Caesar. And Little Caesar was a real human being that existed 2,000 years ago. And Little Caesar obviously is the son of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra. They had kids together. So the question is, what happened to those kids? Now, Cleopatra also had kids with a Roman soldier called Mark Antony, right? And,
it was
that,
general, but yeah.
Yeah, and that supposedly, this is what they say. Remember, this is not what I'm saying, but I'm just going off of what the royal families of England, the Saxe-Coburg-Gothas, specifically, the Rothschilds, are hooked in with in England over there in London. That they say that they're related to Julius Caesar and Cleopatra through Jesus. That Jesus was Little Caesar. And it's all in the documentary I posted. It's just saying that he escaped the Romans by changing his name several times. Yeshua, Jesus, anything that they can think of. to hide him from the Romans, because they would have killed him, because he was the king. He was the king of the Jews, essentially, because of the Egyptians. They were the kings over the Jewish people. They were the rulers of the Jewish people. They were the gods. And they,
As a Christian, I have to completely reject all of this.
I know. I am not saying this. This is what the British royal families say.
Yeah.
They say that Mark Antony had kids with Cleopatra too. That's the biblical Thomas and Mary Magdalene. That Mary Magdalene was actually Selene from Egyptology, which is Cleopatra and Mark Antony's kid. And Selene could easily, supposedly Mary Magdalene changed her name from Selene to Magdalene, Magna meaning from the highest, like royalty. And so essentially you're looking at these royal bloodlines. Now, why would they hold their bloodlines as so sacred? Because they think that they're actually Jesus's kids. They actually think that they're the true sons and daughters of God, essentially, and that they have the right to rule over us. If you break it down into its bare bones, that's what they're saying. Like how the Jews say that they're the chosen people. In fact, Cleopatra was part Jewish. That the Hyksos, the Jewish, like Moses, actually, the story of Moses proves it. That, you had slaves that would, eventually get raised by the royal family and become part in the royal family. So it actually goes back further.
Cleopatra was descended from a Greek. She wasn't even Egyptian.
Well, she was what they called the Ptolemy king dynasty. She was a Ptolemy. She was like the last. Well, essentially,
she was the last of the Ptolemaic dynasty.
Yeah, and they're saying that Jesus was the last Ptolemy king, essentially, openly, and that the royal Roman Empire, or the Holy Roman Empire, was sort of based off of Jesus being, related to Caesar, because it was holy rule. You either said Jesus was Son of God, or you were pretty much killed. And it's literally like, if this is true, if it's true, oh my God!
I'm not even going to entertain it.
What if it is? What if these royal families have been covering up their lineage through the Bible? That the Bible is literally their book of their family history. And that's why you have the Holy Roman Empire. That's why you have the Dark Ages. That's why you have the kings and queens of their time pushing the Bible so hard, because that's you worshiping their ancestors as the only Son of God, and making you pledge to that. And how evil would that be if that was true? It'd be pretty dang evil,
Well,
and me.
As a Christian, my faith tells me, and I can look around and see the miracles of God's work all around us, that none of this is true.
Hopefully.
Not hopefully. I'm telling you what my faith is telling me. God sent his Son to earth to die for our sins so that we would have, peace everlasting at the end of times. God, Jesus died for our sins and banished death. Without that, Christianity is not a religion. It's different than what it is. It can't. None of this is true because it's not true.
This is what the Freemasons.
This is not what the Freemasons say, because I know Freemasons, and they don't talk about this stuff.
If you're above 33rd degree, then there
is no above 33rd degree. This is all from what you're talking about. I read the book called The Illuminatus Trilogy, and everything, and that's a work of fiction. And
we're gonna have to disagree there.
The Illuminatus Trilogy is a work of fiction. I've heard the author speak.
Well, it's not just the only source. That's not the only source saying these
I'm
things.
talking about the book, the Illuminatus trilogy.
I know you are, but that's not the only source for this data. Like, there's been, like I said, George Washington had letters about the Illuminati taking over Freemasonry for specific causes, for specific agendas, like turning America into the new Atlantis, which is what Sir Francis Bacon wrote about, who was royal connected. He was 007. You know, he was the original 007. This gets into royal. It always goes back to royal families. You look at them controlling the money system.
Francis Bacon was, he was a noble, but he wasn't very high up, and he was a scientist.
He found out that his mom was actually the queen, and that all the inbreeding. Now, this is what the royal families do. Like, let's just admit it. They inbreed. And once he found out that that's his mama, he freaked out, and he kind of exposed a lot of their secrets. So, like underground laboratories and stuff like that. He was talking about mosquitoes being souped up in a way to be weaponized by using underground laboratories and stuff like that in that book, The New Atlantis. That I mean, he was literally like talking about Bill Gates back then in like the 1400s. Like, it's crazy, dude. Like, my whole point is that we don't know. So it's okay to question things when you have people.
It's okay to question things.
Yeah.
But, there's also matters of faith. And those are all very personal things. And for me to even entertain such thoughts means that I have to suspend my faith, and I can't do that.
Well, that's blasphemy is one thing, but finding yourself the way I did is a totally different thing, where I know personally, it's so personal. Yeah. I mean, I've found myself, I know that I have a soul, through these different meditation practices. And, I have faith in my eyes, and what I saw and what I heard. It actually emanated a noise when it came in my room. It sounded like the Om chant, because that's sort of an electrical signal. It sounds like electricity, and they're mimicking that vibrational frequency that they're hearing. It's like Om, Om, Om. When it comes into when you see this thing, it's pulsating with energy. Now, I don't know for sure.
I'm not questioning your experiences or anything.
It could have been a hologram. It could have been a hologram, but I saw it. And, but I do question that. Like, did my PlayStation 3, I think, or no, it was a PS3 at the time. Did it have some little thing on it to make a hologram or something just once, like burn the lens out? But, I've questioned that. Trust me, man. Like, I've thought about it. I'm like, okay, like, did this really, really happen? Are they trying to trick me into being that guy that calls into these shows and going like, I'm this guy, I found myself, blah, blah, blah. It's like, could I have been set up or whatever? I don't know. But I do know one thing, that people are miraculous creatures, and that we have a lot more potential than what we're being told, either by religion or science or any of these paradigms that we have in front of us, that we've been lied to in such a large way that we should not trust or have faith of any kind. I think that's my personal belief. I guess my belief is to not believe anything.
Okay, fair enough.
I guess that's my philosophy. And until we actually do find bare bones, find some stuff, like I was saying, like, I want to get that stuff out there. It's just kind of hard when COVID happens and all this stuff. And when you don't have money.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to fucking shut you up or anything like that.
No, I don't.
Show is that people can come in and talk and say whatever. I'm just like, for me personally, I just draw the line when I'm asked to question my own faith like that.
I'm
and
sorry.
believe. Yeah.
Trust me, dude. I apologize for that. And I mean that. Because I was raised Catholic, and I had people come up to me when I was, worshiping, and I was just going to church every day. And I had people make me question these things. And, I didn't like it when it was happening. I was like, dude, let me be. And I respect that. I really do.
I don't like organized religion of any type. And so I also
evil.
understand that, well, it's human.
It's
And-
groupthink. It's literally like what the communists do. They
It's
force
fucking
you.
big business is what it is.
It's either
and-
you believe this or you're out. You're out of the tribe. And it's not right. That's like Scientology. Like I'm a skateboarder. They have this thing called Braille on YouTube, and this guy, Aaron Kyoto or whatever his name is, he was a Scientologist. He gave all the skateboarders money away to Scientology. It was like millions of dollars. He destroyed his YouTube channel just recently, and people are legitimately pissed off at him for he gave all their money away. The whole skate team's ruined. Those people all have to go out and actually, earn a living now and can't skate, and their dreams are destroyed because of this cult that brainwashed this guy. And I look at it.
L. Ron Hubbard,
Yeah,
science fiction writer.
yeah, like literally Xenu and volcanoes with souls being poured into it, and all. South Park did a great cartoon about that. That was like bravo, Matt Stone and Trey Parker for that one. That was brilliant. And then they did the Scientology play. I haven't seen it yet though, so I can't say anything about that. But I'm gonna actually try to look that up and check that out because, yeah, man, like I said, I've had experiences, and once you go through stuff like that, it changes you. It really does, and you start really questioning everything, even stuff that's not comfortable. Like on my YouTube, I'm like, it's these are uncomfortable times for a reason. We're all being. It's like chemical reactions.
You can't trust anything. We know we've been lied to.
Well, we've been
So many
set up.
We've been. May I finish my thought?
I'm
please?
sorry. Yeah.
We know we've been lied to by parents, by society, by the government, and it's gotten to a point where nobody trusts anyone about anything. And, we say scientists are doing this. Well, there's all kinds of different scientists, and there's people that have high degrees of integrity that don't lie, but they're lumped in with the same fuckers that brought us the, therapeutics, which were formerly called vaccines.
Right.
Which, then we have, all kinds of other people who have agendas that they're using their formerly revered positions in society to push that agenda, whether it be, entertainers, athletes, scientists, politicians, or clerics. People are out there pushing their agendas and they're bullshitting everyone. And people are seeing through the bullshit. But then they turn around and they say, well, if Joe over here tells me that this one thing and it's wrong, and he knew it was wrong, but he pushed it anyways, then everybody who has got the same profession as Joe also must be a liar.
Right.
And that's not fucking cool either, because that would be a devolution of our understanding of the world because we couldn't trust anything, and we'd have to go back and re-verify everything that's written.
I think that's a good thing. I think that the water's so muddied that we do need to get out of the water completely and wait for the
Right, but how
real.
can you re-verify How can you re-verify everything?
Well, not everything, but when it comes to physics, yeah, we can do that. I mean, we can go and I mean, physical matter is the same all around the universe. So you would think that we'd be able to, find out certain things about just the world around us in general, like very simple things.
What part of physics is wrong?
That the part about particle physics, like how there's solid atoms and all this, like Dr. Robert Moon from the Manhattan Project.
Particle physics doesn't say that there's solid atoms.
Well, no,
Atom
that's
is
essentially
a composite.
right. They're saying
Electrons,
that
neutrons, protons.
that's what they're saying are solid.
Then you can break those. Well, electrons are not solid.
They use it. They don't talk about it in its true form, which is literally when you look at an atom under the microscope, it looks like a wave of energy. It looks like kind of like a blob. It doesn't. There's no, and this is what Dr. Robert Moon was saying. He's from the Manhattan Project, that we have to rethink what the atom is completely. This was way back then. He was like that. There's geometry in the atom, right? Do you know about cymatics? It's just the study of vibration on a colloidal mass that's usually in a fluid medium. So the one cymatics thing I saw that was great was they had they didn't even use water. They just had sand on top of a table, and they had a speaker underneath it, and they would hit the diatonic frequencies, like the white keys in the piano on an organ setting. So it would just keep that tone going. And these vibrations would create geometry. The sand would orient itself on top of the table in different shapes. So what Robert Moon was kind of pointing at and trying to articulate back then without knowing about cymatics was that the atoms have the symmetry. That it appears as though it's all about vibration and frequency, really, is what he said. That like that's why you have certain unstable atoms, like iridium, like we were talking about, that could be pushed into light speed with just that little bit of effort because it's already almost there, where it's already almost completely a wave because the frequency is so high, right? And it's brilliant. It's fascinating research. It's stuff that you could do on your own. Like you have stuff like sonoluminescence. Sonoluminescence, you have a beaker. It looks like a bong, and you have like a turkey baster, and all you're doing is putting a little air bubble in the center part of the beaker, and these speakers are surrounding the beaker, and the frequency of the speakers keeps the bubble. You have to tune it just right to keep that bubble perfectly centered, okay? And when that bubble's sitting there vibrating, it implodes. And when it implodes, it releases a photon. Now, like that, it's hotter than the sun. It's a photon. It's literally like this is what crabs actually have, the same mechanism, this type of crab that can snap its claws when it's under water, and it creates that same bubble that does the implosion, and a photon's released. So when the crab pinches you, it electrocutes you slightly. So it uses that same principle of sonoluminescence, but it's actually sort of a pressure luminescence. So like nature kind of does the same thing in many, many different ways. It's just where you look, man. It's like if you look carefully, like at trout that or salmon that swim upstream and how they jump up the waterfall. They're doing like this weird kooky dance when they're at the bottom of the waterfall before they are able to jump that high. And it's like they're spinning around in a circle. And that gives them that little boost of momentum that they need. The theory would be that you're pushing some of your molecules past light speed when you're moving that fast, and you're able to jump that much higher. Like there's been cannonballs that they did tests with, like where you weigh it. All you do is it's a steel cannonball. You weigh it, and then you drop it on concrete, and then you weigh it again, and then it weighs less than it did when you first weighed it, because when it impacts that concrete, you're pushing some of the molecules past the light speed barrier just by it impacting the concrete.
I've had too much physics training to buy any of that. That the experiments you're talking about didn't happen. This is fantasy.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you want to do it on your own, this is what our conversation, this is the specific point we were making, is if you want to do it on your own, there's simple ways to do it. Have you done it?
Have I dropped cannonballs on concrete? No, but have I checked the weight? And
you haven't, so try it. That's what I'm saying. That's literally what I'm saying, and you're like, no, it's wrong. I haven't tried it yet, but it's wrong. Come on, man. Give me a break, too.
No, like, I've been giving you a break for over an hour, and I've reached my limit.
All right. Well, on that note, check out Rocco, ROCCO, BIANCO.
Please drop the link.
There's so many links, dude. I don't specifically
it's your channel, sir.
Well, it's frozen. My channel's frozen right now because all the stuff I posted on there is too powerful. So, I'll leave it at that. Like, Bianco, my last name means white in Italian. So ROCCO, white in Italian. Rocco Bianco. Like white wine.
Okay.
All right, man. I'll let you go.
Thank you. And call back anytime. There, you're showing your face, sir.
Oh no! I just woke up. Who cares?
Yeah.
I gotta shave. I'm too pretty to care. I'm too pretty to care. Like all I gotta do is shave. And
I'm just concerned for your anonymity.
Nah, dude. I'm on YouTube. Like, it's a 2-year-old channel, so it got frozen because of the stuff in there, man. It's so powerful. It'll blow your mind.
Frozen, that's not the terminology that I'm familiar with. Has it been like turned off, or
I made it so I can't post anything, but I told him I was gonna sue him because my dad's lawyered up and all that. I was like, we're gonna sue you guys. Got my
So you took a strike.
No. I got frozen. Like if I tried to post anything else on there, though, they would freeze it again. And if I get a certain amount of strikes, yeah, they would just take it off. That's what they're literally like. If you post any more, you're done. So I was like, I'm not posting anymore. Like, I'm gonna go on Rumble. I'm gonna go on all these other things. I just got on Rumble. That's how I'm able to even talk to you at all. Because
can you post these videos on Rumble, and we can take a look at your Rumble channel?
I will. I'm just starting fresh on Rumble. I'm gonna probably post my first video this week under my name, ROCCO, BIANCO. So check me out, man. Maybe we'll talk again. Maybe I can get more research notes and stuff. I was gonna bring notes today. It's gonna be about MGTOW more than anything, but I kind of just went off into our own conversations because unless you talk about all these other things, MGTOW seems kind of.
You got to remember, it's been mostly you talking. So.
Well,
we haven't really had a conversation. It's been just, here's all of it coming at you.
At least I source it, so you could go back and listen to what I say, and I try to use scientists' names and stuff like that. So
I'm old school. I like to read. If you've got, that's why I kept asking for links so I could go follow up on this. Oh, we lost it.
Both me and Raptor posted his YouTube channel link in the chat. FYI.
Thank you.
Well, Rocco talked about a lot of interesting things. My issue is he just served me a whole elephant carcass on a plate and challenged me to consume it all in one sitting.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a fire hose.
Yeah, lots of interesting thoughts, ideas, theories.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot to say.
I'm kind of butthurt he didn't advocate for the existence of Bigfoot.
Hey, you were on the whole time. You could have tried to get your Bigfoot stuff in there, man. And Grinch, how could you leave me hanging like that, brother?
I can't speak for Grinch, but I suspect he concluded it wasn't worth his time or energy.
I was like, a drowning man asking for a life preserver.
And then you get handed a bowling ball.
Yep.
A departure from your usual channel content, but interesting all the same.
Yeah. I just, when I asked for specifics, it was very hard to get them. That's just.
Well, he struck me as being a flavor of manic and wanting to express a lot of different concepts, ideas, and theories.
Right, and it's important that we hear those, hear people out. But
yeah.
It's also important that we're able to listen. And with the amount of information he was giving out, I got to the end of the point where I could listen.
Understood.
Since you all just let me hang out there.
Well, my intention was not to let you hang, but let you determine the discourse on your platform.
Yeah.
Because that was not your usual caller.
No.
That was an aberration.
Right, and by all means, I want him to come back.
Yeah. I think if he could come back and say, okay, we're interested in subject X. What are your thoughts on subject X? And confine it to subject X. And
yeah, that's the problem. I don't think it would be easy to confine it.
Yeah.
I tried that a little bit on the water engine, but it just wasn't happening.
Yeah. In fact, while he was briefly on that subject, I went back and read up on fuel cell technology, which I have been interested in since the 90s.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to refresh my memory on why it kind of petered out.
Well, they haven't. The reason that people don't use like the hydrogen fuel cell is just like I was telling the guy, is it takes more energy to convert hydrogen or convert water into hydrogen and oxygen than you can recover from it. And the second part of that, which he briefly alluded to, was it's very hard to store hydrogen because it's so small. It's just like trying to hold water in with a sponge. the water just goes right through the sponge because it's a lot of holes. Yeah, but the
Yeah.
hydrogen is so small, it can move through the, metal just like through water through a sponge. And he said there's some way to use a particle accelerator to make a special type of hydrogen to line the inside of some container. You got to be a little bit more specific than that. But that's great. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, but stay on topic.
Yeah.
We went from, like talking about water powered engines to Jesus having kids and royal family descendants and like, ho ho ho. We're all over the
Yeah, all
board.
kinds of stuff. But who knows? Maybe this guy's seeing what we, can't.
It's a possibility.
But
If he ever comes back, I would pose him the question: you've done all this research, you've gleaned all this knowledge. What are you, other than having made videos in the past and plan to make more videos? What you doing? Are we still living out of a tent?
he didn't look like he was in a tent.
Yeah. And if he is, and that's his choice, I got no issue with that. I'm just curious about all that research and all these thoughts and opinions. What's the sum total? Because at the end of the day, we have to lead our lives. And I guess I would want to ask him what his purpose is. And Rocco, if you're still listening, I'm not trying to bash you while you're not here. I could have tried to weasel my way into the conversation while you were on. I just chose to, you were on a tear. I decided to let you go and just listen and absorb. But, would love for you to call back in sometime. So don't misunderstand. I'm not criticizing or talking down at all. It was very interesting conversation. It was just weighty. My little doggy brain can only process so much.
Yeah. Same here. My piggy brain's.
It's beautiful
I
country
have.
you're driving through right now.
Oh God, yeah. I'm almost to North Carolina. It's the Smoky Mountains being smoky.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I wasn't too religious with him. But he'd start saying stuff about Jesus lived and have children. I know where that theory came from. And they made movies about it.
I can recall.
Based on the author. That's a modern theory. There's nothing ancient about it. And it was at that time with those movies that I realized that I didn't really like Tom Hanks anymore. And with everything that's come out after the fucking Weinstein, or not Weinstein, but Epstein stuff about Tom Hanks, they're right. He is a sadist.
Yeah, it's a shame because I enjoyed a lot of his various performances.
Yeah.
I guess you can separate the appreciation for his performance from who you know him to be as an individual,
Yeah.
but you don't want to support a character like that at the same time. So there's a conflict.
Yeah.
His adult son is pretty based.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Oh, and I hope Hemi shows up because we're going to have honking for Hemi. We've got like 3 or 4 tunnels coming up. And Grinch, hop on.
I just hope Hemi chooses a less brutal avatar.
It can't be any worse than the one Riggs was using yesterday.
I don't know if I caught that one or not.
If you didn't, you're a better man.
Hey, girlfriend, you want to go outside?
I miss those mountains.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. This is one of the days where I really, really, really love my job.
What do you have access to the current outside temperature where you're at right now?
73.
Beautiful.
Yeah. What's the temperature there in Texas today?
Let's see.
Let me refresh. 78 degrees and cloudy. Heat index
Nice.
feels like 85.
Not bad for Tyler in the end of July.
We've been getting so much rain, it's kept the heat from being as brutal as it could be.
I wish Grinch was on. I got a news headline for him.
Yeah, I wish Grinch was on too. I guess we'll have to do it without him.
Well, I'll read it to you. HOA members try to shut down children's lemonade stand by calling sheriff's office.
Oh my.
The caller said the kids were blocking the road.
And they couldn't just say, move your stand off the road?
Well, it says in the article when deputies arrived, they found that the children were not blocking the roadway, but did ask them to move back from the road for their safety.
Okay.
but the homeowners came out and began yelling at the children, claiming they were on private property.
Oh, so the kids didn't put up the stand on their own house.
Well, the deputies came back and found no issue where the kids were selling their lemonade. They
Oh.
determined that the property was shared HOA property, and because the children's parents are part of the HOA, they had a right to be there.
Okay. That sounds like some good police work. Probably done by somebody like the treasurer at Grinch's HOA.
Hmm.
Who else we got in the chat?
Let's see. Tom Laundry,
Hey,
Red
Tom.
Rafter, Rusty Rivers, and Grinch. And earlier, Spearman and Kevin Killjoy popped in.
Oh, and welcome to North Carolina, motherfuckers! There. Now I feel better. You feel better?
Out always.
Okay.
In North Carolina, the capital is Raleigh. The largest city is Charlotte. It's 500 miles long and 184 miles wide.
I was quite a bit heavier the last time I made this drive, and it really makes a lot of difference not being heavy. Because going down for me is much more difficult than going up.
Yeah, I was about to ask that very question.
Because you really have to be careful. Because if you're not, you're going to wind up in a situation where you're going fast and you can't slow down.
What are those turnoffs with the mounds of dirt called?
Those are called emergency exit ramps. and they basically are places where you can go and bottom out your truck and trailer, and the friction
You,
you're sinking. You use the vehicle.
mm, FYI, you just roboted a whole lot, and I didn't catch the majority of that. But you're in the mountains, and it's understandable. Cell phone service is going to be sketchy.
And we're coming up on our first tunnel.
Uh-oh.
Putting the window down so that we can hear the full effect of honking for Hemi.
Well, don't scare nobody into crashing out.
All right, honking for Hemi.
Welcome back.
So it would appear you're on a downhill slope.
Oh yeah, almost all of 40 uh, going through the Smokies when you're going eastbound is a downhill slope.
Yeah, I'm normally traveling there from the other direction when I used to go.
Yeah. Now, if North Carolina was dickheads like California, they would immediately, when you fucking cross over the border, they'd have a fucking weigh station, right? At least here, they
Yeah.
let you get through the fucking hard driving first before they make you stop. Oh, here comes another tunnel. Hemi, you're missing out, brother. Sam is not a big fan of honking for Hemi, but he's just going to have to put up with it. And he says, "Hey, fat man, we've been going for 3 hours. It's time to stop."
Yep.
Yay! That was a good one. Nice rhythm on that.
Unfortunately, your stream either stops or gets super choppy when you enter those tunnels.
Yeah, it's like all the fucking tons and tons and tons of rock above me.
It's a conspiracy.
North Carolina Welcome Center. We'll pull off there, Sammy.
Get some of that fresh mountain air.
You can give a little bit back to the water table.
I always enjoyed driving through there past the mountainside cow pastures.
Yeah.
They're super green. You got Black Angus out there just munching away on a very steep slope.
Yeah. It's beautiful. Absolutely
Yeah.
gorgeous. And we're stopped.
Do you know what township you're closest to?
No idea. But I'm only like 10 miles into North Carolina right now. All right, Sammy. Of course, you go to the back, huh? You think it's great fun to go to the back and make me get up and walk back there and wrestle a chihuahua. Arr! Rah! Oh, you're fierce. You're fierce. You're a killer. Yeah, you're so tough. Arr! Arr! Oh, and you could spin so fast. Look how fast you go round and round and round. Oh my God.
Tell Sammy that the North Carolina state dog breed is the Plot Hound.
They don't know anything in North Carolina, Sammy. They should choose Chihuahua mixes.
If he sees a Plot Hound, he better show the proper respect.
Yeah, piss on him. All right, I'll be right back.
I mowing the grass. That was quick.
Yeah, Sam got his business done. Got a little quality wrestling in. Sorry, guys. They don't let us fucking get up to speed before we get on.
Rusty, I don't believe we've gotten an update from Hemi on whatever he's working on today. At least I haven't heard.
I know Hemi was up late last night because he was up when I woke up.
He was pulling an outlaw.
Was Outlaw streaming right now?
No, Outlaw has a tendency to stay up dicking around on.
Oh. I know Riggs and Hemi were over there dicking with fucking Bullets for T-Stream.
Yeah.
All I can say to that is bless their hearts.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the little town that's close to where I stop is called Fines Creek. Yeah,
Fines.
exit Fines.
Okay.
We're in the Pisgah National Forest. Or however you say it, because I don't speak Native American. I'm certain a bougie Canadian would correct me.
That's spelled Pisgah.
Yeah. Pisgah.
To your right, you will be driving by Mount Pisgah.
What's the name of that river that's right next to us?
Let's see. Following it down south, there's Looking Glass Falls, Looking Glass Rock. Maybe it's Looking Glass?
Okay. I'm glad I'm not speeding. Hello, State Trooper. How you doing? Oh, it's the Pigeon River.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. You know what they speak there?
Tell me.
Pigeon English. Which is actually a real thing that they speak over there in the Horn of Africa.
Is it now?
Yeah. It's kind of a mashup between English and the native tongue. So there's many, many, many tribal languages over there. They all just sort of threw it all together. And I have never been to a church service that had more beautiful fucking singing and enthusiastic than in Sierra Leone.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. We had one of the guys invited me to go to church with him, and of course I went. So he wasn't my business partner. My business partner was sort of elitist. His family was connected, so he was kind of a dick. But one of the guys that worked, he was one of the advertising guys, had me come to his church. It's cool. Beautiful singing. Beautiful singing. And it impressed me so much at that church that when they weren't going to let us sell our product anymore, I fucking donated all that wheat, all that fucking corn to his church and had him fucking, or had the church distributed to the poor. Instead of fucking letting the government confiscate it and fucking sell it for themselves.
Good.
So $40,000 worth of freaking wheat and corn flour. Here you go. Feed the poor. Motherfuckers. Not the preacher or the church or any of the poor people, but the people that won the election. But fuck, it's crazy the way they campaign for office there. You get these crowds of hundreds of people. They all put on the color of their political party. And everybody gets like a drum or a fucking horn or something like that. And they just fucking walk down the street. And it blocks traffic, and then they'll go listen to whatever their chosen party is. And they're all paid. right? So if you're going to go out and march, everybody there is paid to go do that. And they don't give two fucks about what it does to the traffic in the city of Freetown, which is their only real city, which the traffic in Freetown sucks to begin with. But it sucks worse when they have these political rallies. And then if there's another party that's doing a political rally at the same time, they'll fight. They'll fucking have a fucking riot.
Like soccer
gotta,
hooligans.
Yeah, they got hooligans and counter hooligans. You know?
Well, that's one way to do it, I suppose.
Yeah. Hey, Hammy.
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
Morning.
Have you been through the, or were you here when I went through the tunnel?
No, I missed it.
I've been
Did
through
we
2
all?
tunnels.
Ooh, nice. Thank you. I have. Morning, RO. Eat a bag of dicks.
I'll get right on that, sir.
Penis.
Penis.
How many little ones you got with you?
4. They wanted to bring friends last night. They're like, hey, can we bring a friend? They got a season pass. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Mine is going to bring his friend Jared when we go.
Jared fucking Saunders?
Nope. I don't even know his last name, to be honest with you. I know
Jared
where he lives.
Fogle? Subway Jared. You gonna bring a kid and be responsible for him all day and you don't even know the fucker's last name?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
I believe they call that not giving a fuck.
His parents have released him to my care on 2 separate occasions, and he always got returned home safely and well fed, well hydrated, no broken bones.
Watertight, integrity intact.
Still watertight.
Amy, are you partaking of the water park festivities?
Emmy's having the conversation at Canadian speed. He'll get back to you eventually. But if you want to leave a name and number after the beep, please go right ahead.
It's all good.
God, it's beautiful down here. Just look at that.
You should be traveling through Pigeon River Gorge.
Well, we're coming up to Lake Juna something in Hot Springs. I always tend to eat too much when I go through a gorge. So,
Gorges be like that.
mhm. Up on the beautiful Clyde. And I think that's the end of the steep part of the Smokies on this drive. I don't think we have any more grades that are greater than 5%. Mr. Florida, you have a accelerator. Please use it. Thank you. So, RO, what's so historic about Canton?
Let's find out, shall we?
Because it says historic Canton. Like where the first Waffle House was or something?
Um,
The first place that somebody kissed some grits? I don't know.
it is known as the archaeological Garden Creek site listed on the National Register of Historic Places, located on the south side of the Pigeon River.
Okay.
Was inhabited from 8,000 BC by successive cultures of indigenous peoples.
And still inhabited today.
The Cherokee people are the most recent Native Americans to occupy this area.
But they're not the last. People live there now. But I guess that's not history. It's history in the making. They sell saucy nugs at the Wendy's.
Saucy.
Saucy nugs.
Canton was founded in 1889 as Buford. Later that same year, the name was changed to Benson. The name was changed to Pigeon Forge in 1891 and to Canton in 1893.
So they're indecisive. Okay.
The town was named for Canton, Ohio, the source of the steel for the bridge that was built across the Pigeon River.
How about that? Sam, you're never doing what that's happening to that fucking lady in the Chevy fucking whatever the hell that is. She has a Chihuahua sitting on her lap. And that guy in the Dodge pickup's an idiot. Oh, and look, they have a KOA campground at exit 37 in North Carolina on Highway 40.
Yay.
Yay. I really ought to get a fucking sponsorship from KOA.
Yeah, you really should.
They probably wouldn't like what we had to say a lot of times.
They ain't the first. And they won't be the last.
Yeah. Oh, was there anything worthy of making a short out of Emmy? I didn't.
No. No, absolutely not. Unlike the week before, there were no bombshells dropped.
No, yeah. No Triple X, no Lady Boys.
Yeah, no, nothing of comical note.
Okay.
They're actually all, after the first initial of our arrival, they were, then they settled down and civility reigned.
Okay. I think RO had a question for you earlier, but I forgot what he said.
No, I won't touch his lipstick.
Always good advice.
I asked if you were participating in the water park festivities or are you just chaperoning?
I'm chaperoning, but I did bring my swimsuit and whatnot. So, it's going to be scorcher here today. So I can't see me not getting in the water.
Yeah, go find out if you can turn it blue.
I brought a couple of Mr. Biggs to let loose in the wave pool. That's how you get the wave pool all to yourself.
Did you know that chaperone is the real San Francisco treat?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought the San Francisco treat is when you go for a walk and you don't step in any human excrement.
Oh. Well, we used to have a brand of like instant rice called Rice-A-Roni.
Yeah. Okay. We have that up here too.
Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat. Ding,
Yeah.
ding.
Yeah, the little trolley car. Ding, ding. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. I got the bypass. They don't even want to see me. Yay.
Can't blame it. They know you didn't stop at a Love's last night, so you stink.
Yeah, that's true.
Let that stinky trucker go. Oof. Did you start at like 2 or 3 a.m. like you planned?
Yep.
Looks like you've been going for 7 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I couldn't stay up any longer. I had to fall asleep. I had to sleep. These midnight runs are totally off schedule for me.
I'm sorry.
I guess traffic's better though, eh?
I got to drive all the way through Nashville without slowing down.
Well, that's a bonus.
Yeah. You can do that.
More likely
3
to
o'clock in
hit
the
a
morning
deer or
on
something though.
Sunday or Monday morning.
Yeah. Yeah, the chances of you hitting a deer are exponentially increased though.
Now the deer hitting is usually sunrise and sunset. Right around in that time is when they really get jumping around. Middle of the night, they're pretty chill.
I clobbered mine at 11 p.m.
There you go. I've never actually hit a deer, but I've had some near misses. And they were all right around, right before sunrise or right after sunset.
Okay. I've hit one deer and one deer has hit me. So we're at 500. Is it raining there today, RO?
Cloudy, no rain yet.
It's always raining on your parade.
What time are you going to the water park, RO? Oh, you're going shooting today.
He's going
Yeah.
shooting. Yeah.
We're
I'm
going
to
to
the
go
water
spend a
park
couple hours
tomorrow.
at the range today, and Wednesday is when we're
Wednesday.
in the morning about 8 o'clock. We'll pick up his friend Jared,
Fogel.
and the water park opens at like 10:30, I think.
10. Wet Wednesday.
Hmm?
Wet
It'll
Wednesday.
be wet Wednesday.
Oh yeah. That'll be actually my last day of summer
Freedom.
custody.
Your last day of summer vacation access? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, he has to give the boy back.
He's over 12. He can decide where he wants to live.
I'm not going to put him in a position where he's at severe odds with his mother. So we've had one conversation about the age of decision, and I didn't push him toward making one conclusion or another. I just said, hey, you always got a home here. I'm always going to be your dad. If things ever go south where you're at now and you want to change, you do have that option. But I just want you to be happy.
And whatever you decide, I'm good with. And I left it alone ever since that conversation.
Did you say how many times does your dumb mom take you to the water park? None.
Nah, I don't. I try not to trash his mom in front of him.
Truth isn't truth isn't trashy. It's only truth if you say things like, you know, why your mom doesn't go to the water park. She's afraid of the harpoons or something like that. You know, that's trashy.
You know, it's funny, but I'm also offended because I used to sleep with that thing.
I'm sorry, Aro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
RO, I feel you, RO. My first wife ballooned up too. So
It's funny to me. She's letting her hair go gray. She's not coloring it anymore.
yeah.
Jesus.
And I'm like, damn, woman.
She's really trying, huh?
She,
I don't
Well,
care.
because she's subsidized, she doesn't need to go and fucking secure another man. When your subsidy runs out, you'll see her start taking care of herself better.
She's got another man.
Well, he's living on your subsidy too.
fuck him.
He could eat a bag of dicks.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's amazing. The month has gone by already. Holy shit. When's your boy go back to school? Is it in August or September?
Toward the end of August.
Okay. What's he going into? Grade 10?
Yeah, he'll be a sophomore.
Just like his father.
A little sophomoric.
More soft than hard.
What they put in that water got you all riled up.
Oh, I came out swinging today, fucker.
I noticed.
Well, I think it was yesterday I got a good morning, Hemi. Eat a bag of dicks from you, so you're one to talk.
Yeah, you got a point.
He started it.
You missed a very interesting caller to the show this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Haters call in?
No, not a hater.
Who called in?
He goes by Rocco Bianco, and he has a lot to say about a lot of things.
Rocco Bianco. Never heard or nor seen of the feller before.
Yeah, new caller.
Came in off a Rumble.
Okay. Apparently, there's some other name we need to keep an eye open for. Whiting. Oh, what was the name? Whiting, and I think it was a number. Guess he was trashing Grinch last night on Hammer Stream.
Why?
Well, you know, because of his affiliation. I believe because of his affiliation with the Masons. But you know,
Yeah.
you don't get a fucking nicer guy than Grinch. So don't pick on the guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vero. Whiting 83. Vero remembers. Pepperidge Farms remembers. Yeah, Grinch doesn't deserve any of that vitriol.
No.
Some people can't help themselves.
I was even defending the Masons today to this guy.
To RO?
No,
No.
not RO.
Oh, to
The
the
new
But
caller.
this guy was
Blanco.
not. He was not. Yeah, he was not. Yeah, he wasn't antagonistic or anything towards anybody. He was.
Was he just asking
There
hard
was no
questions?
vitriol or anything like that. No, he wasn't asking any questions. He was making
Oh.
millions. He was making lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of statements.
Ah, okay.
He was virtually monologuing for 2 hours.
Holy shit.
On,
And he would have
On
kept
every-
going.
yeah. Brandon tapped out.
Yeah, I tapped out. It's true.
About how many hours into your drive did he show up?
He got here right at 6 a.m.
Okay, so 4 hours ago.
He let us know that the royals in Europe are descended from Jesus Christ.
And Caesar and Cleopatra.
That's what the blue blood's all about, man.
Tesla was communicating with the military via carrier pigeon.
Mm-hmm.
Giants existed, and the Smithsonian's covering it up.
Right.
Oh, did you get into the conversation of giant hominids?
He did not. He let me handle this all on my own, even though he was on the panel.
Oh, pussy.
I was fucking abandoned.
You pussy.
No, it wasn't that. I'm like,
Well, actually, RO probably just didn't want to interrupt.
Oh. That winded, was he?
Oh fuck. He had a lot to say.
Okay. It was all conspiracy theory based, was it?
No, it's fact.
Well,
Every last bit of it.
really? Even the giant hominid bit?
he went from the Freemasons to religion to crystals and out-of-body experiences to the Hadron Collider.
Wow.
I mean, and that's just a small percentage of shit he brought up and talked about. I mean,
Anti-gravity, free energy.
Oh, free energy. Okay. Okay.
We even talked for a brief time about MGTOW.
Oh, okay. You know what free energy is, right? Do you?
apparently you need
RO?
pyramids to harvest it.
No, you don't. You just need an extension cord that reaches your neighbor's house.
There you go. Brilliant solution.
And if I learned that if astronauts don't vibrate at a certain number of hertz, they go insane in space.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes. And that pyramids are funnels for Earth's human energy. Human
Oh, right.
energy or what did he call that?
Mana?
I
Well,
don't.
yeah. And Russians have done experiments with PVC pyramids that cause lilies to evolve back into their pre-human breeding natural state. And the lilies had thorns on them.
Okay.
And the mummies in Egypt are aliens.
Especially
All right.
Nefertiti, somebody else, and King Tut.
You know, to us, King Tut is one of the most famous mummies, but, you know, at the time, he was a lesser king.
He died like fucking really young.
Oh, and most people probably died before 20 back then, right?
Well, I think he was famous because his tomb was one of the few that tomb raiders didn't get to before it was
That's right.
discovered by modern archaeologists.
You
Yes.
are correct.
Yes. He's one of the most famous because he was the one that was like still intact. Everything else had been fucking gone.
But yeah, it was an interesting call, and I didn't participate because number one, this guy did not pause at all, and number two, he didn't seem to have any kind of antagonistic intent or hostile intent. You know, he's just like he stumbled across the channel because it had MGTOW in the title, and he wanted to talk. And
we let him talk for a while. Hey, look, there's another KOA campground here at exit 59 on I-40.
Yeah, he talked like a teenage girl, just fucking rattled off like an MG42.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck. I would have tapped out too. Jesus, man, take a breath.
And you'd say something, but you'd get like 3 words into the sentence, and he'd just start talking again.
So he's like Saunders.
And you, yeah.
And me.
But he's like Saunders on steroids.
Oh, shit.
well, I will give him credit for not repeating himself. He just went
No,
from
he
one
absolutely
subject
not.
to the next,
And
to the next.
could list off all kinds of fucking names and stuff.
Was he reading from a script?
I don't believe so. I think this was all stuff that he has read, and he's thought a lot about it, and he let us hear about it.
What was his position on flat Earth?
His position on what?
Flat Earth.
He didn't go into flat Earth. He didn't
Oh,
say
okay.
anything about it because he believes that aliens have been here. So you can't really have a flat earther who believes in aliens.
He brought up the Antarctic, but he didn't mention anything about flat Earth, which
Did he call it the firmament?
well, he was talking about how all the nations have conspired to not let anybody explore the continent, and how there's shit there that is being secretly investigated, not made known to the public, and
Some super secret squirrel shit.
Even though you can fucking take a cruise and go to Antarctica.
Yes, you can, but you're very limited to how much of it you're allowed to explore. They take you to the penguins, and that's about it.
But you know why they don't let you go into the interior?
Because there's secret squirrel shit going on in there.
That's right. fucking the aliens told them not to fucking let any fucking pizza guy come because they don't like pizza.
I thought it was because they didn't want to have to rescue your ass after you exhausted all your supplies, ate your sled dogs.
No, it's fucking because the aliens don't like pizza and they never know when somebody's gonna try and fucking smuggle some Dominoes to them. Because
Right.
if they get another fucking slice of pizza, we're all dead.
They put pineapple on it.
That's
But you could-
why. That's why, right there.
Oh, because
That's
of pineapple. That's why. But you can explore the Arctic, and they don't care if you get it lost and abandoned and eat your sled dogs.
Well, polar bears got to eat too.
Right. Arvero says the aliens don't like pizza, but they do like waffles.
That's true. But they don't eat the triangles. Their waffles are the fucking square kind, not the round kind with the X. It's the square waffles. The aliens.
Real waffles.
That's right.
Well, hey, it killed some time, I guess. How long was he on?
About 2 hours.
2 hours.
2 hours? You let him go for 2 hours? Jesus. He hijacked your show for 2 whole hours.
I was thinking to
Brandon,
myself, it was like coast to coast.
Hey, Brandon literally ended the conversation with, "Dude, I can't take anymore."
Dude, I'm tapping out.
But I invited him back. I like this guy. I actually like this guy. Do I subscribe to what he's talking about? Most of it, no.
how,
Oh,
But we,
what?
how old would you figure he was?
35-ish.
Okay. So old enough to know better.
No.
Hey, you'll like this, Hemi. Your pineal gland has some component to it which produces photons with the body.
Right. The crystals. The crystals, man.
Right. Well, that's the whole reason for giving us all the fluoride, to calcify the pineal gland.
Right.
Oh, he brought that up.
He did.
And I also learned there are 33 degrees Freemasonry because there are 33 by vertebrae in the human spine.
Yep.
And at the top of them is the pineal gland, where there's crystals that produce photons, which connect to your soul.
I thought the pineal gland was in the brain.
It is.
Yeah.
Well,
I learned all kinds of cool stuff.
every day's a school day.
Do they have one of those wave pools there, Hemi?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Did you have to sign a waiver to use it?
No. No.
Oh, that's a bad one, Oro. Slap yourself with that.
Jesus.
Actually, it's not a joke because that's a thing at the water park we're going to.
Here
Wave
in
pool?
Canada, waivers are part of your admission ticket. They're printed in fine print on the back of it. You sign them when you pay the money.
Yeah.
I thought waiver. I thought that was a
I know.
joke.
Well, he was trying, but he's no Drubius.
Nope. Not on that level.
No, on that level. No, absolutely not.
What did he say, Brandon, about ball and Zebub translating to
Well,
something specific?
Well, Zebub supposedly means bug.
You'll eat Zebub.
And ball, I don't remember what he said, was like air.
Hard to recall.
Yeah. Because there was so much
And-
that was said.
And what happens when you drop a cannonball on concrete?
It loses part of itself.
It loses part of itself?
Yeah. Because it goes faster than the speed of light when it hits the concrete.
What?
Yeah, Brandon had something to say about that.
I know that fucking conservation of fucking mass is a real thing. Have I actually dropped a cannonball on concrete? No. But did I get to explain any of that? No, I did not. But that's okay. Speed limit 35. It is steep. It's supposed to be that gorge you were telling me about.
Yeah.
Are you in RO's old stomping grounds, are you?
I didn't grow up in that part of the state, but I did vacation there a little
North-
bit.
Are you going to stop for some barbecue?
I am. Because I'll be done with my
Nice.
drive. Oh, God, not again. Fuck.
What,
Uh-oh.
the
You blow a tire.
radiator?
Fucking.
Something.
What? I fucking blew another fucking hose.
Another hose.
Or something.
Damn hose.
Yeah. I'm fucking.
Fucking hoopty truck you got, man.
I think she's reached the end of her fucking working life.
Time to retire. Oh, steaming.
Yeah.
Your teapot's ready.
That's That's why I asked you when they did the repair if they replaced any other hoses or belts or anything. Because if one goes,
Or
something
at
else
least
All right.
go,
floats on
yeah,
behind it.
at least go through them
Yeah,
all. You'll be back.
Take care of business.
yeah.
We get it.
Another trip ruined by some hose.
Now his escort is going, what the fuck are we doing here?
I think it's time to go over that truck and give it a fucking freshening up.
Yeah. At least replace all the rubber and clamps.
Mm-hmm. I'm all for if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but check them all out for sure.
It's cheaper to repair and replace that shit in the shop than it is on the roadside.
Yeah, but here's the thing, eh? His last repair was roadside, wasn't it? So that
Yeah,
guy's
it was.
he's only gonna fix what's broke. He ain't gonna do anything else. So
Yep. And he's got a cracked windshield that can get him in trouble with the law if they want to push the issue.
yeah, yeah, driving a real hoopty.
Hey, we know where there's some free ammo if we want to go get it.
Where at work?
Wherever he's pulled over right now.
Oh, I thought you were gonna duck into work today and grab free ammo for you and the boy at the range.
No, I got plenty of ammo. So what's good at the concession stand over there?
Nothing. Don't eat any of this shit, man.
No
I
poutine?
no. Bring my own picnic lunch, buddy.
Yeah.
Pay fucking 5 times the amount of what shit's worth? No, I'm not down with that. Gouge the fuck out of you, man. If you let them.
I know.
$12 slice of pizza. Fuck you.
Did you watch Hammer's last stream?
I missed it, but I got the I got the info about Grinch getting picked on in it, but yeah, no, I didn't watch Hammer's stream per se.
He was roasting this 41-year-old chick who was posting dozens of TikToks complaining about her quality of life after divorcing her husband. And, you know, the hypocrisy was on point. She's like, and you just reminded me of it when you said pizza, because she's like in one video, here I am sitting in my car eating Sam's Club pizza. And I just want a man to say, hey, pretty girl, can I build you a deck?
Fuck off, bitch. What she should really be mad at is all of her friends that told her that it would be better. That's who she should really be mad at.
Yeah. And everybody in chat was typing some variation of, ma'am, your tits are out.
One of those, was she?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, if they weren't if they weren't exposing their tits, nobody would watch them. So
They know this. Fucking TikTok is a psyop by China to degrade U.S. culture, and it's working. Seraphin says, what tits, RO? She was flat like the earth. Yeah, push-up bras can do things, I guess.
oh, Road Pig's back.
Hello.
Hello. Which hose was it this time?
Same damn one.
The same hose. So what? The clamp blow off, or did the hose actually rupture?
Yeah, let me get this fucker turned around.
Oh, we can see. Okay, we'll go full screen.
See it?
I think so.
The first
Is it
fucking
that
two
big?
inch.
That big 2-inch hose, or the one to the left of it?
It's the big 4-inch one. But yeah,
Okay.
the
So what
first,
happened? Did the clamp
the
let go?
first. God damn it! Let me fucking figure out that. I'll tell you. The fucking first 4 inches of it. You see that spring? Fucking
Y-
that
Okay, yeah.
that you know that should be inside the rubber. Right? That's an integral part of the fucking makeup of these hoses because
Well,
they're not only designed for pressure, they're designed so they don't collapse, right?
yeah, yeah. The springs to keep it from collapsing.
Yeah, but it's an integral part of the fucking hose body. It's not separate.
Oh, it just doesn't slip in the hose.
No.
Oh, okay.
And the fucking rubber ahead of it just fucking gone. I think
So,
they sold.
is
Does
the
your truck
pressure
have a
too
head
high?
gasket problem? Yeah, your truck have a head gasket problem?
I don't know. I'm gonna kind of ask them to. Oh, I need to put myself on a fucking break.
Oh, might as well.
Yeah.
Shit. It was a brand new hose, not a used one, I assume.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to start carrying spares. Well,
I don't know. I think 500,000 miles. That's about when most companies sell these things.
right.
I think there probably is a good reason for that. Anyways, but I'm going to shut the stream down because God only knows how long it's going to take, and I want to read my book.
All right, then.
At least we got enlightenment today. And did you know that that's another thing we found out? That if you meditate the right way, you can reach enlightenment by having your leave your body and your body shrinks.
True story.
And it won't decay either. So that's something you need to know. So no marriage, no cohabitation, and no children is something you really need to know as a MIG team because that'll protect you from usury and and I'm really happy that you guys came on because you're helpful. And MGTOW philosophy was put together by helpful men. Some of them didn't even know they were MGTOW, like Tom, but he's the one that came up with no marriage, no cohabitation, and grew a lot of people. So we said because it's good fucking advice, and we want advice.
Have fun, Hemi. Hope you all get home safely. No injuries, no sunburn. Have a good time.
And apparently, I have absolute garbage. So, find your purpose in life. Because a man without purpose will find it in women, and MGTOW was made for normal men. Bye.